Our world is changing.
Engineering is changing.
Society is changing.
We are changing.
We're here to inspire,
inform,
influence,
and change perceptions.
Demonstrating how important engineers and technicians are in our lives.
championing achievements,
helping to create new technologies that enable us to thrive,
and inspiring future generations to make a difference.
Together, we discover new concepts by turning theory into practice.
Create solutions to society's biggest challenges.
Share knowledge and expertise through our networks.
grow by developing new skills and capabilities.
Evolve and adapt for the future.
We are the IET.
Together, we are engineering a better world.
Hi, do you know why we should engage with IEEE Young Professionals early in our career? Well, what is IEEE Young Professionals and how can it help us? IEEE Young Professionals is an international community of enthusiastic, dynamic, and innovative members and volunteers. Any IEEE member can be a young professional, and any member who received their first professional degree within the last 15 years is automatically considered a YP. Now, IEEE Young Professionals is bigger than you may think. It is one community in 10 regions across 183 affinity groups and more than 120,000 members around the world. So, why should we engage with IEEE Young Professionals, you ask? It is a place to connect and network with other professionals, enrich our career and personal lives, and participate in social events and activities. We can participate in many professional networks such as IEEE Collaboratech, IEEE email account via Google Apps, and take part in local meetings and online activities such as conferences and job fairs. We can also access the IEEE Center for Leadership Excellence for on-demand content. This really is an excellent resource to equip us with professional development skills. The benefits go on and on, particularly for young professionals early in our career as well as students. We can enhance our technical skills by accessing eBook Classics, IEEE Member Digital Library, Spectrum and Potential Magazine, IEEE Explore, conferences, and more. Look, the bottom line is this. We can participate in exciting local events and global webinars for topics such as assessing emotional intelligence, fundamentals for leadership and ethics, Heroes Networking for engineers, survival guide for scientific writing, conflict management, negotiation tactic, and others. For all these great reasons, engaging with IEEE Young Professionals may be one of the best decisions that we can make in our personal lives and professional career development. That is why we should engage with IEEE Young Professionals.
So I think there are two things that are really important to support the future of good work in Britain. First is around technology. We're living through this huge wave of new devices and we really need to ensure that we're preparing for that. And right at the heart of that agenda has to be skills and training. The other thing I'd say, a really important condition for the future of work is thinking about the economic growth across the country. We have a really huge divide between areas of the country that are doing really well and other areas which are doing really poorly. We need to address that through regional growth in those poorly performing areas.
I think it's also important to look at some of the new technologies, particularly things like AI and machine learning and kind of the associated technologies, and to think about how they are going to impact not just the workplace, but equality within the workplace, and the fact that there's lots of work to do here and lots to do to ensure that this is something that can scale and something where we don't create more harm than good.
We've seen a rise in insecure work over recent years, which has negative health impacts. We've also seen a rise in legislation to promote diversity in the workplace, which can protect people from bullying and harassment. And also we're seeing an increasing threat to jobs from automation and so on. A lot of the work around automation has focused on the number of jobs that are likely to change in the future, and very little work has been put into how the nature of employment itself might change. And we need to go back to those core concepts that link good work and health around autonomy, dignity, access to resources, and so on.
I think we've known for a long time that good health is a product of good work. So we know that people in better jobs generally live longer and healthier lives, but there is a sense that that may be changing. And as I'm talking to experts and reading some of the research in this field, there's a sense that we used to be sure that having a job was definitely better than being unemployed for your health. And now we're not as sure of that as we once were. So there's definitely a change in that respect. My view is that until we start investing in people's health, in our human capital alongside the investments we're making in technology and industry, we really won't reap the benefits of the new technology that's coming online.
I think the UK could be a lot more ambitious in terms of its vision for the future of work. We have some really fantastic universities right across the country. We could be right at the forefront of designing what those new jobs are going to be and how new technology is going to impact the future of work. What we need to do is translate some of that really first-class, world-leading research into real jobs and real growth right across the country.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants for joining this first IEEE Young Professional Future Leader Summit 2021. This summit is organized by IEEE Young Professional Malaysia and co-organized by the Institution of Engineering and Technology IET and IEEE Power and Energy Society PAS Malaysia, supported by IEEE Region 10 and IEEE Region 10 Young Professional. I am Afiq Basir from IEEE PAS Unit 10 Student Branch, and I will be the MC for the day. This summit is broadcasted live on IEEE Young Professional YouTube channel and Facebook platform. If you have any questions regarding the discussed topic, you can type your question in the YouTube and Facebook chat box. Before we begin our main agenda for today, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Faizuddin Omar to lead the recitation of Doa and Tilawah Al-Quran. Please welcome.
Thank you so much, Afiq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Umul Kitab Al-Fatihah. Suratul Kahfi, verse 1 to 10. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي أنزل على عبده الكتاب ولم يجعل له عوجا قيما لينذر بأسا شديدا من لدنه ويبشر المؤمنين الذين يعملون الصالحات أن لهم أجرا حسنا ماكثين فيه أبدا وينذر الذين قالوا اتخذ الله ولدا ما لهم به من علم ولا لآبائهم كبرت كلمة تخرج من أفواههم إن يقولون إلا كذبا فلعلك باقع نفسك على آثارهم إن لم يؤمنوا بهذا الحديث أسفا إنا جعلنا ما على الأرض زينة لها لنبلوهم أيهم أحسن عملا وإنا لجاعلون ما عليها صعيدا جرزا أم حسبت أن أصحاب الكهف والرقيم كانوا من آياتنا عجبا إذ أوى الفتية إلى الكهف فقالوا ربنا آتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا صدق الله العظيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربياني صغيرا. اللهم إنك عفو كريم تحب العفو فاعف عنا وعن جميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اختم لنا بحسن الخاتمة ولا تختم علينا يا الله بسوء الخاتمة. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا من خزائن رحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. رب اشرح لنا صدورنا ويسر لنا أمورنا واحلل عقدة من ألسنتنا يفقهوا قولنا. اللهم افتح علينا فتوح العارفين وارزقنا فهم النبيين حفظ المرسلين وإلهام الملائكة المقربين في عافية يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم إنا نجعلك في نحور أعدائنا ونعوذ بك من شرورهم. اللهم بدد شملهم وفرق جمعهم وشتت كلمتهم وزد أقدامهم وسلط عليهم كلبا من كلابك يا قهار يا جبار يا منتقم يا الله. اللهم يا منزل الكتاب يا مجري السحاب يا هازم الأحزاب اهزمهم وانصرنا عليهم. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. تقبل الله منكم.
Thank you, Mr. Faizuddin, for the recitation of Tilawah Al-Quran and Doa recitation. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the video after this while, and we shall see you in a while. Thank you.
Get an opportunity to access thousands of technical journals, 300 plus online ebooks, magazines and journals through IET's digital and virtual libraries. 6,000 plus technical and non-technical videos via IET TV, extensive IET white papers and the award-winning E&T magazine. As part of your membership, access over 2,000 events, webinars and conferences conducted annually across the globe and gain knowledge and expertise. Be counted as the engineer's engineer with international qualifications like CEng, IEng, EngTech and ICT Tech licensed by Engineering Council UK. Professional registration gives opportunity to IET members to benchmark their qualification to international standards. Enhance your skills, knowledge and experience through our CPD programs. Get a chance to participate in the IET Present Around the World competition, Innovation Awards and Achievement Awards. These events celebrate and recognise incredible talent in the engineering and technology space. In India, the IET reaches far and wide through 8 local networks run by volunteers of the IET. These local networks provide a sturdy platform to network, learn, collaborate and volunteer through for a host of activities such as conferences, technical lectures and workshops. Students and young members can be a part of the IET through the 8 Young Professionals sections and 35 plus on-campus groups. Be a part of our sectors team working across 3 focus areas: future technologies, future of work and future of mobility and transport. Grab the opportunity to share your expertise and knowledge, network and broaden your horizons with the industry at large.
Do you know why we should engage with IEEE Young Professionals early in our career? Well, what is IEEE Young Professionals and how can it help us? IEEE Young Professionals is an international community of enthusiastic, dynamic, and innovative members and volunteers. Any IEEE member can be a young professional, and any member who received their first professional degree within the last 15 years is automatically considered a YP. Now, IEEE Young Professionals is bigger than you may think. It is one community in 10 regions across 183 affinity groups and more than 120,000 members around the world. So, why should we engage with IEEE Young Professionals, you ask? It is a place to connect and network with other professionals, enrich our career and personal lives, and participate in social events and activities. We can participate in many professional networks such as IEEE Collaboratech, IEEE email account via Google Apps, and take part in local meetings and online activities such as conferences and job fairs. We can also access the IEEE Center for Leadership Excellence for on-demand content. This really is an excellent resource to equip us with professional development skills. The benefits go on and on, particularly for young professionals early in our career as well as students. We can enhance our technical skills by accessing eBook Classics, IEEE Member Digital Library, Spectrum and Potential Magazine, IEEE Explore, conferences, and more. Look, the bottom line is this. We can participate in exciting local events and global webinars for topics such as assessing emotional intelligence, fundamentals for leadership and ethics, heroes networking for engineers, survival guide for scientific writing, conflict management, negotiation tactic, and others. For all these great reasons, engaging with IEEE Young Professionals may be one of the best decisions that we can make in our personal lives and professional career development. That is why we should engage with IEEE Young Professionals.
Welcome back all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share the objective of this summit. The purpose of this summit is to provide a networking platform for future leaders to get connected with IEEE members, especially IEEE Young Professional members and industry leaders. It also to enhance student engagement in young professional activities where they can learn, inspire, and excel in their professional career by participating in panel discussion and career development session. It also to provide participants with an essential understanding of IEEE membership benefits in order for them to join IEEE or retain their membership. Last but not least, to provide an overview of potential professional career path for engineering graduates. Now, I would like to invite Yang Berusaha Dr. Harun Rashid, Chairman of IEEE Young Professional Malaysia, to give his welcoming remarks. Dr. Harun Rashid is a research fellow currently attached with University Kebangsaan Malaysia. He completed his PhD in Electrical, Electronic and System Engineering, Master in Microelectronics Engineering, both from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and Bachelor in Electrical and Electronic Engineering from University of Sunderland, United Kingdom. He has over 12 years of working experiences with various organizations locally and abroad in research, academia, and industry. Since 2015, he has been serving as an IEEE volunteer at several positions. Currently, he is the chair of IEEE Young Professional Malaysia, chair of IEEE Consultant Network Malaysia, regional representative Asia Pacific of IEEE Power and Energy Society Young Professional Committee, webinar and training coordinator of IEEE Region 10 Young Professional Committee, student and young professional activities, chair of IEEE Power and Energy Society Malaysia chapter. Now please welcome Dr. Harun.
Thank you very much, Afiq, for the nice introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Salam Sajatra and very good morning to all of you. On behalf of IEEE Young Professionals Malaysia, I would like to welcome today's guest of honor, Associate Professor IR Dr. Muhammad Fauzi Abdullah, the Chair of IEEE Malaysia Section, keynote speaker Dr. Savitya Sivakumar, Chair of IEEE Region 10 Young Professionals Committee, our distinguished speakers, moderators, and valuable attendees at the first IEEE Young Professionals Future Leaders Summit 2021, organized by the IEEE Young Professionals Malaysia in collaboration with IEEE Power and Energy Society Malaysia Chapter, Institution of Engineering and Technology, in short, IET Malaysia Local Network, and IET Malaysia Young Professionals Section. This is a two-day summit which includes talks, forums, and panel discussions to address all the essential needs of students and young professionals, which I will call them a future leaders to proceed in their professional career life. Let me give you a background about this summit program. Last year, IEEE Young Professionals Malaysia planned for this summit to be organized as a face-to-face one whole day interactive session. But due to pandemic situation around the globe, we had to postpone it to 2021. This year, we announced the date for a hybrid event 3 months ago, but we couldn't proceed with it. Due to nationwide lockdown to control the surge of COVID-19 cases in Malaysia, we decided to make it a fully virtual summit for the benefit of future leaders residing not only in Malaysia, but we open it up to our overseas friends coming from all over the world. And I take this privilege to mention that today our participants are coming from over 40 countries, and the registrations we received were from around 1,500 participants. So as I said, we had to come up with our plan, so the show must go on. I am pleased to mention that within the short period of 2 weeks, since the first call for participation, we received overwhelming response with about 1,500 registrations from around the world, which is a great achievement for us that the people are interested in our topics in the summit program. So the first IEEE Young Professionals Future Leader Summit is scheduled for 2 half-day long knowledgeful learning sessions. And I want to give you a brief idea how is the overall program. After the opening ceremony by our guest of honor, you will hear an overview about IEEE and its benefit to students and young professionals by our keynote speaker. Subsequently, there will be an industrial forum with the theme Emerging Technologies and the Industry Need. We have invited 3 renowned experts to talk about high in demand areas of Industrial Revolution 4.0. And not to be missed, the panel discussion session where you can ask questions with our panelists once you are energized with knowledge about IR 4.0. Additionally, we have arranged a career workshop which will help future leaders with the latest resume writing skills and tips and tricks to market themselves to get hired by their preferred industry or employer. There will be mainly 2 segments tomorrow. First, there will be a talk by the experts from professional engineering bodies to highlight the routes to become a professional engineer. In Malaysia, it is recognized as IR by Board of Engineers Malaysia, and from UK, Chartered Engineer by Engineering Council UK. Afterward, the second program for tomorrow, it will be a technopreneurship forum with the theme Equip Yourself with Knowledge on Being an Entrepreneur in Technology. You will get inspired and motivated by the experienced and successful young technopreneurs. And not only this, we will have some breaks for you so that you don't get tired and frustrated by listening all these long sessions. So during the break sessions, our team has prepared some fun learning Kahoot sessions for our future leaders as well. So don't miss to attend all those Kahoot sessions. If I'm not mistaken, there are going to be 3 to 4 Kahoot sessions. So don't miss them out to grab exciting prizes. So we anticipate that by the end of this summit, our participants will have a clear understanding of their professional career path, whether they want to be involved in cutting edge technology by becoming a practicing engineer or becoming a technopreneur, and at the same time plan for the professional engineering certification. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank IEEE Region 10 and IEEE Region 10 young professionals as well for supporting this summit. Without their support, we were not able to achieve all our goals. With this, I wish you all the best to enjoy the summit and don't forget to participate in learning Kahoot sessions. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Harun Rashid, for the welcoming speech. Next, I would like to invite Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Insinyur Mat Fauzi Abdullah, Chairman of IEEE Malaysia section, to give his opening speech. Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Mat Fauzi Abdullah is an Associate Professor at the School of Electrical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University Technology Malaysia UTM Johor Bahru, where he currently holds the position of Director in Electrical Power Engineering. He is a chartered engineer registered with the Engineering Council, United Kingdom, a professional engineer registered with the Board of Engineers Malaysia, and a certified energy manager registered with the Asian Energy Management Scheme. He is also a senior member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, USA, and a corporate member of the Institution of Engineers Malaysia. He has been with IEEE since 2011 and has been appointed as the Chair of Student Activities for IEEE Malaysia section for 4 consecutive years from 2012 until 2015. He was also the Chair, Vice Chair, Secretary, Executive Committee for IEEE Power and Energy Society Malaysia chapter. Currently, he is the Chair for IEEE Malaysia section for 2019 until 2020. Without further ado, I would like to invite Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Insinyur Mat Fauzi Abdullah to give out his opening speech. Prof. Mat Fauzi, the stage is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all participants. Okay. First of all, I would like to congratulate and express, okay, not only from me but also from Malaysia section, appreciations to the committee, okay, led by Dr. Harun, for organizing this first IEEE Young Professionals Future Leader Summits, okay, for the year 2021. I believe this is the first one, okay. This program been organized in Malaysia. Again, I really appreciate the hard work and the commitment given by the committee, okay, by the Young Professional Committee in making this program a reality. Okay, right. Okay. In Malaysia, okay, basically in Malaysia section, okay, previously we focus more on student activities. Yeah, we have lots of program for student activities, but we somehow, I don't know, we forget the importance of young professionals. Okay, because the problem is we noticed that, okay, in Malaysia, many our student members, okay, once they start working, they don't really come back to us as IEEE member. Okay, maybe one thing is of the fees. Okay, of course, being a member of IEEE as a student, okay, your fees is much cheaper as a full member. Maybe that's one thing, but I think, okay, what actually our ex-student members cannot see the real benefit by becoming the full IEEE member. Okay, I think this is actually by having this kind of program, this IEEE Young Professional okay, Summit, okay, will at least, okay, help the students, okay, to convert their membership later on as a full member. Okay, right. So again, welcome again to all participants. I don't know, maybe some of you are student members or IEEE, just joined IEEE, or some of you not yet a member of IEEE. Okay, whoever you are, okay, I hope that you can actually learn something from this program, from this summit. Okay. Right. So from the, if you look at the programs, okay, I think the program have been carefully and carefully prepared by the committee, so that it actually can address what are the important things that the young professionals or young engineers, okay, who just start working, maybe you just graduated from your institution, you start working, these are the things that you need to learn, okay. All right, so I think you can see from the program, if you look at the program, they are knowledge sharing on what are the emerging technologies, okay, especially when we talk about IR 4.0. Okay, this is something that, okay, for those who just graduated, something that you don't learn in class, okay, because this is emerging technologies, okay. So that's why all other speakers actually comes from industries, okay. Some of them are from industries, so they know what the industries want, okay. When we talk about IR 4.0, it's not from in terms of theory, what in terms of practice, okay. What actually the things that you need to know, and what are the things that you need to learn, okay, because not everything that you can learn from your university years, okay. You cannot say something when you start working, you say, oh, I never learned this in schools, I never learned this during my undergraduate studies. No, it doesn't work like that. You as a young professional, very young engineers, you need to learn new things, okay. You need to know what is actually the future needs, okay. How to actually to develop yourself, how to develop your skills with all these requirements, okay. Because in today's world, okay, now this is very, the engineering field is very competitive. Yeah, I know it's very difficult to get a job, okay, and very difficult to penetrate certain industries, okay. So maybe this is actually the time for you to learn what is actually the industry needs. Okay, so there's a very this is a hot debate, okay. Maybe some of you say that the industry does not provide good job, whatever. The industry say that we don't have this good the skills that we need from the students. So I think this is actually the things, okay, for you to learn, okay, in this summit, okay. Learn what are actually the emerging technologies, okay. And also right, not only that, okay, not only for you, for the participant to learn all these new technologies, the emerging technologies. Also, you should use these opportunities, this opportunity to network. This is a very important, okay, for you to network with other, I don't know, maybe IEEE members, okay. Right. So also this actually for you to learn also, because one of the program is talk about how to become professional engineers. Either is professional engineers registered with BM for those who are living in Malaysia, or become a chartered engineer. So this is a very important, okay. So as an engineering students, okay, I think I believe that most of you are engineering students who just graduated or start or becoming an engineer, okay. You must aim to become a professional engineer. Okay, this is where actually you should pursue, or you must the aim of your career. Okay, because graduated from engineering school is not the end of your it's not the end. Okay, there are always the new things you have to learn. Okay, and the new things that you want to achieve in life. Okay, again, you have to you have to know this. Okay, that's why is again congratulations to the committee, okay, for having this session. We have this, okay, you learn how to get the professional engineer, okay, or the chartered engineer, okay, right. So and then again, okay, for those who are not yet become a IEEE member, okay, learn about IEEE, okay. I always mention about this, okay. People always ask about me, if I become an IEEE member, what I will get, okay, right, okay. To answer that, okay, right. So basically, becoming of IEEE member, of course, you have there are some many things that IEEE can offer, but the greatest, I would say the greatest benefit of becoming of IEEE member is the opportunity of doing many things. Okay, the opportunity of using IEEE to improve your career path, something like I would say about that. Okay, so I would say I'm very glad to see in the program that we have the keynote speaker by Dr. Savita. Okay, I've known Dr. Savita. Okay, if you look at Dr. Savita, will talk about IEEE. Okay, as a keynote speaker. I've known Dr. Savita. I think back in 7 years ago, when Dr. Savita was a student in Curtin University, in Curtin, Sarawak. Okay, during that time she was the student branch chair. Okay, during that time I was the chair of student activities. Okay, we handling student activities. Okay, I'm very glad. I'm proud. Okay, to see how Dr. Savita have developed herself. Okay, from becoming just a student member. Okay, become a leader of student branch chair of student branch Curtin. Okay, and then becoming a volunteer at Malaysia level, at Region 10 level. Okay, and then becomes one committee IEEE member holding leadership post at Region 10 level, and in fact the MGA level. Okay, so this is a one example. Okay, how from a students, okay, and become a young professional member can use IEEE platform to develop your career. Okay, I think that's all from me. Again, congratulations to the committee, okay, headed by Dr. Harun for holding this summit. Again, for all the participants of this summit, okay, I hope that you learn something, you get something from it, and I hope that you can have a good career, okay, ahead of you. All right, okay, thank you for me. Okay, on behalf of IEEE administration, okay, I hope that you have a nice day and a good summit. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Afiq.
Thank you, Prof. Mat Fauzi, for the opening speech. Before we begin to our main agenda for today's summit, I would like to invite Yang Bursaha Dr. Savitya Sivakumar, Chair of IEEE Young Professional Region 10, to give out her presentation regarding perks of IEEE students' transition to young professional. But before that, let's get to know her. Dr. Savitya Sivakumar is the Regional Student Representative of IEEE Region 10 for representing student members across the Asia Pacific. She has been with IEEE for the past 7 years and is an invited speaker for leadership conferences, forums, and meetings in Malaysia, India, Australia, Japan, and Singapore. Dr. Savitya is one of the recipients of the IEEE Women in Engineering Outstanding Volunteer Award 2016 for Malaysia section. She completed her PhD at Monash University and Bachelor Electronic and Communication Engineering at Curtin University. Her research focus lies in the areas of machine learning, signal processing, image processing, guide analysis, biomechanics, and biomedical engineering. She is strongly interested and motivated in developing STEM skills of students at their early learning stages, providing university and pre-university students with interactive learning and collaborative research. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite her to deliver her presentation. Dr. Savitya, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Let me share my slides. Hope my screen is visible. May I get a confirmation? Is my screen visible?
Dr. Savitya, your screen just now is visible. Can you please share the screen again?
All right, okay. Okay, great. Sorry for the small technical glitch. Good morning to all of you. It's indeed great to meet the fellow Malaysia section volunteers again in a great event. thanks a lot for the kind introduction. So this is Avitya Sivakumar. I am the Region 10 Young Professionals Committee Chair, and I'm also the Student to Young Professionals Transitions Committee Chair of IEEE MGA SEC. It's indeed a pleasure to talk to you all today at the IEEE Young Professional Future Leaders Summit 2021, organized by IEEE Young Professionals Malaysia section. So this event is supported by the Region 10 Student YP Joint Activity Fund. So the objective of this fund is to help students to get connected with young professionals in a section level and beyond, to get them guided in their career and to get inspired and motivated to excel in their career, especially after graduation. As such, it is very important to understand your career, how IEEE can help you in your career. As such, I thought of like talking today about the perks of IEEE students' transition to young professionals. So without further ado, let's move on to our topic today. So IEEE students, IEEE is the world's largest professional organization for electrical and electronic engineers. We have the quite a large student community, around 420,000 members. We have 120,000 student members in IEEE. And when it comes to Region 10, Region 10 is the largest region in IEEE, spread across 1,600 plus student branches. So though we are big, though IEEE is the biggest organization and we have a large student community with us today, not all students continue their membership after they graduate. One of the biggest reasons with this is that when you're a student, you will meet the representatives of your student branch, you join the student branch activities, and through like frequent meetups with their student branch representatives, it's normal for you to be motivated and renew your membership. But once you graduate, that frequent meetups with your affinity group members section is not that much, So that is what we want to connect the section members, section young professional and affinity groups, and the student members during their student life itself to have that smooth transition after they graduate and also to get the best benefit of IEEE. And the issue with student to young professional transition has been affected by the COVID-19 situation. On-campus learning are being transferred to virtual learning. So, student branches are facing difficulties to recruit new members and also to involve the current student members. So the retention is also affected, and also especially the student to YP transition pipeline has been affected. So as such, for today, I will be talking about the student to young professional transition benefits, challenges after graduation, and how IEEE membership helps you to tackle these challenges. So before we really move on to the topic today, I want you all to ask yourself these three questions. These three questions I normally ask myself whenever I start anything. It has helped me a lot. And this also applies to IEEE membership. So why, your vision, and your role? So why do you want to join IEEE? What is your vision? Your vision can be an objective for IEEE, a contribution, or it can be for yourself a benefit. And how you're going to achieve your vision. Why, vision, and your role? When it comes to why you want to join IEEE, there can be many reasons for you to join IEEE, right? It can be the seek, the motivated, the inspired person, or you might be the free food lover, the person who they're forced to be join IEEE from your friends, your seniors, or the person who will feel like fun, okay, I want to join a student branch and have fun with student branch activities. No matter whatever reason that you join IEEE, but there is one secret cycle for you to sustain with IEEE, and I believe that many who continue with IEEE membership for a long time agree with me. That secret cycle is the change maker, the receiver cycle. But change maker, receiver, what I mean is that the more you give, the more you get. The more you contribute to IEEE, the more benefit that you will realize you get. In the benefit in terms of network, the collaborations, and a wide range of pull. We'll discuss more in detail in our upcoming slides. And this secret cycle has been also the secret for a smooth student to young professional transition. So when you're a student, what you will do is you gain the skills to get a proper, a good career life, right? But once you graduate, the whole atmosphere, the objectives, everything changes. It's not like, like the student life. You need specific skills, you need to be updating yourself throughout your career, and also you need recognition and many more. So IEEE comes just like a good companion for you to shape your career to a better mode, starting from member grade elevation, professional technical skill development, career guidance, network, collaborate, volunteer leadership, being technically current and personal growth, and many more. Let's talk more in detail one by one, starting with being technically current. So IEEE has 39 technical societies, as many of you all know, but not all students get best, because then what they do is that they join a student branch, they join student branch activities, and that's it. But the real benefits comes in through joining these technical societies as well. So today this event is supported by the IEEE Power Energy Society, right? Section chapter. So this is one of such examples that involving in technical societies is very important, not only in the student life, but also after you graduate. Why I say so is that you will meet people who are like-minded in the same technical area as you are, that will help you to get career support, job opportunities, and also you will get opportunity to network and collaborate with pioneers in your field, right? So involved with the technical societies, and I request the student branches, section young professional affinity group, student activities committee, to encourage the student members to see through this benefit of involving in technical societies and getting the best benefit of the IEEE membership. Involve, network, and collaborate. IEEE is the largest professional organization for electronic engineers, but not all get understand the true how to take true benefit of this global network, and I mean especially students, because they are limited to the student branch and they think that that's it. No, it's IEEE not that all about student branch. It's more than that. It's towards the section, to the region, to the global level. So we need to let our students understand and connect through a global network. And there are many IEEE tools available for this connection. And IEEE Collaborative is one of such tool where professionals, members of IEEE, mentors, mentees, industrialists, academicians, and many more connect and network and gain a lot of opportunities. And I request students to also take a look at this tool to involve, network, and collaborate. And in addition to that, volunteer leadership. This is one of the biggest benefit I would say involving with IEEE is the leadership, and it has changed my life, as well as Dr. Fauzi was saying just now. So I joined IEEE like around 9 years ago, and I have been student for 7 to 8 years, and all in Malaysia section. And my first year when I was volunteering with IEEE in Malaysia section, Dr. Fauzi was the section student activities committee chair, and I joined the leadership camp there, and life changed. So it's all about contributing and getting benefits out of IEEE. And one of those benefits is getting the opportunity to work with pioneers in the field. Why I say so? So say if you are, hardworking student, you get, full grades and you graduate with flying colors. But to get recognized in your field, you need to at least spend 10 to 20 years. You need to have 10 to 20 years of experience to show the network in your technical area. Say, okay, I am someone like this who can achieve this. But what with IEEE leadership volunteering is that you will get an opportunity to work with these pioneers as you are a student itself, and get the opportunity to establish yourself, to prove your abilities and talents, make it leadership, collaborative work, teamwork, management, and so on. So that after 10 to 20 years, once you get into that position, you don't have to newly introduce yourself. You're already being known in the network. And it also, in this, like, your journey of your career up until you reach your goal and beyond, this volunteer leadership collaborative network will be a great tool for you to facilitate in your career as well. So that has been the secret in my life, as well as I was saying, for the past 7 years, from Curtin to Monash to section level, some volunteer roles to region level. I was the past Region 10 student representative. Then I am currently the Young Professionals Committee Chair, and I'm also volunteering in MGA. And it gave me the opportunity to learn and network with many different people across the globe, and it is indeed a life-changing opportunity, and I urge all students and young professionals to really contribute and experience this truly magical experience. Having said that, if you're interested to volunteer with IEEE, please check out this IEEE volunteering platform. You can search for opportunities, and also if your organization section, YPAG, Section Student Activities Committee, Student Branch, seeking for volunteers, you can also post these volunteer calls in the platform itself. And if you want, just scan this QR code and you will get to know more details about this IEEE volunteer platform. And your contributions are recognized, and it's prestigious. So I have just listed the Global Young Professional Awards associated, but there are also awards for students. There's also award in section level, student branch level, region level, global level, chapters, technical societies, and so on. So your contribution is recognized, and it is prestigious. Member grade elevation, on the other hand, with IEEE is something really boosts your career profile. So once you start with student, graduate, student member, slowly you will upgrade after graduation to member, senior member, fellow, and life member through the as your experience upsurge. So getting this recognition through IEEE is really a plus point, no matter you're an academician or an industrialist. Any career guidance and mentorship. So this is one of the very important things that most of us fail to do, is to establish the connection between the students and the young professional within the section itself. You know, young professionals are the ones who just graduated and passed around 5 to 6 years with good experience. So student members can easily get nice guidance from these young professionals, because they just have crossed that path which you are right now. And especially it is important once you graduate to get guidance for your career, what job opportunities, maybe you are juggling with few job opportunities and don't know what to choose, or maybe you are finding a job opportunity. So your local section young professionals may be the right people to guide you on that. So what, as a student branch and a YPAG or section, we need to do is that the connection. We need to have that connection for students to have to network during their student life itself with the local section YPAG volunteers and leaders and professionals, so that once they graduate, it will be a smooth connection for them, a smooth transition for them to seek guidance and also to involve. We can have activities such as, you know, meetup sessions within student branches and AGs, and also career coaching sessions like interview trainings and you know, CV writing and many more. As such, in Region 10 Young Professionals, we are having a career aid leadership program known as CLAP in September, that is guiding student members on industry and academia perspective, on guiding them how to choose their right career path. We're giving them training on aspects on these two domains, starting from resume building, interview training, so skill development, and also opportunity to network and collaborate with industries and academic partners. And also, we are having a Region 10 Young Professionals Summit in August virtually. So more details are updated in our social media. So I will give the social media handles at the end of the talk today. So I would like to see most of you all there as well. So there are more Region 10 YP support funds, especially Student YP Joint Activity Fund, focused on giving this transition from student to young professionals. And The IEEE Young Professionals Future Leaders Summit is one such example, supported by the R10 Student YP Joint Activity Fund. And this is focusing, the YP Malaysia section focused on career coaching for students. And other sections I would also like to highlight here is entrepreneurship, supported by a Madras section YP Affinity Group. And the Stud Pro event is also similar, like a career coaching thing by Sri Lanka section Young Professional Affinity Group, and a professional development activity by the Bangladesh section Young Professional Affinity Group. So we are as young professionals in the region and the section, we are trying to expand our wings to connect with our student members and giving them the proper coaching and to enable that smooth transition for their career and also their membership with IEEE. There are many funding opportunities with MGA Young Professionals as well for student branch, volunteers, section, volunteers, affinity groups. If you're joining with us today, you can have a look at this funding opportunity. Any affinity group, any organizational unit, no matter a student branch or a section, can apply for this funding and get the benefit out of it. And one of the main objectives of IEEE is to student to YP collaborative activities. So I would like to request all of you to look into these opportunities and organize events and opportunities and activities for the students YP collaboration. Having said that, membership discounts are available. We have our Future 50 membership discount for student and graduate student members. That means 50% is discounted for your IEEE membership. And also, if you're just graduated, your membership is 50% off for just graduated members of IEEE. And if you're coming from a special economic circumstances, for example, unemployed or from developing nations, you can also request for a special discount from IEEE that need to be requested. I have given the link up down here for you to have more details. And yes, so I hope it's quite clear on what are the opportunities and how you can get the best benefit of IEEE through this bridge of opportunities. And your understanding your why, vision, and role is very crucial to get the best out of IEEE and excel both in your career and personal and professional life. Having said that, I would also like to give a recognition for my team. We are especially to highlight here Harun from Webinar and Training Coordinator, and also the Young Professionals Affinity Group Chair of Malaysia Section, and also Hussein, Student Transition Coordinator, and also a vibrant volunteer from past student representative of IEEE Malaysia Section. They are two great examples of such volunteers who have continued their membership after from student to a young professional and excelling, shining in the network of a technical domain. So having said that, thanks a lot again for the organizers for the invitation and for all the participants. If you want to know more details of Region 10 Young Professionals, do contact us, or you can also follow us through our Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and website for up-to-date information. And once again, thanks a lot, and it is indeed a pleasure to talk to you all today, and I wish organizers all the very best for the upcoming sessions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Savitya, for the introduction to IEEE Young Professional. We hope that those who have yet to register as IEEE Young Professional member, please join us, as you will get all the benefits mentioned by Dr. Savitya. So a brief announcement to all the participants. Don't forget to click on the link in the YouTube comment section and Facebook chat box to fill up the feedback form. And when the link is uploaded, based on the fill feedback form, you will receive the e-certificate at the end of the program. So don't forget to fill up the feedback form. So now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's our utmost pleasure to welcome Yang Berusaha Dr. Huda Abdul Majid as the moderator and all the speakers for the next agenda, which is Industrial Forum, Emerging Technologies and the Industry Demand, which covers the main topic of artificial intelligence, robotics, and renewable energy. But before we begin, allow me to read our beloved moderator's profile. Dr. Huda Abdul Majid is a senior lecturer at University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, UTHM, and currently hold the position as Executive Committee for IEEE Young Professionals. He is an IEEE member for 9 years and 6 years in the IEEE Young Professional. Currently, Dr. Huda Abdul Majid is the Principal Researcher at the Industry of Excellence for Railway in UTHM. Please welcome Dr. Huda Abdul Majid and all the speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Afiq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to the panels and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's start the Industrial Forum Emerging Technologies and Industry Demand with the theme of Industrial Revolution 4.0. My name is Huda and I will be the moderator for this forum. So moving right along, it is now my pleasure to introduce our guest panelists. So the first panel is Dr. Yong Ha Tae, Director of Practising Technology, followed by Professor Dr. Iskandar bin Baharin, Founder and President of Malaysia Robotics and Automation Association, MIRAS, and Dr. Sheikh Bahramirat, Vice President of Climate and Resilience at Quanta Technology. She is also the founder and chair of Women in Power for IEEE Power and Energy Society. I would like to remind that our panel will be given around 20 minutes to cover the topics. Without further ado, to begin the talk, I would like to welcome Dr. Yong Ha Tae to talk about one of the key elements in Industrial Revolution 4.0, which is artificial intelligence. Please welcome.
Hello. Hello. Am I online now?
Yes, doctor.
Okay.
It's online.
Okay. Let me share my slides. Thank you, Dr. Huda, for the invitation. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for this invitation. I'm actually very honored to be able to give my talk, share my experience in artificial intelligence in the industry. Now, artificial intelligence has been, for the past 10 years, has been booming in the industry, right? So I'm just, technically it's actually everywhere, okay? I'm just trying to share the trend and my personal journey throughout this artificial intelligence, this experience. Okay. History and trend. Now we are in the third AI boom, we call it. Okay, when AI is nothing new, it was started in 1950. This first AI boom, where the key technology is called search. Maybe you have learned some of the things in your academic, the depth first search, breadth first search, and this kind of technology. So that was actually in 1960. There was a AI boom, and after that there's a drop in the utilization of the AI because expectation is too high. There's a lot of hype there, so eventually it doesn't give the promise, and everyone abandoned that. That was actually AI. We call it AI winter. And the second AI boom was actually in the 1970s, where they're talking about this so-called this expert systems. That's actually second AI boom. And the third AI boom that basically started in 1980s, 1990s. Right now it's actually the peak. And maybe it may not be the peak. Maybe there's even more. So we do not know what is actually the trend following this. But today you can see the term deep learning is everywhere in the business and so on and so forth. So AI is not something new. It's been there since 30 years ago. And it has been deployed in various industries 30 years ago, just that it is a much smaller scale, it's a very niche market, and it is actually very domain specific. So I think some of you look at your washing machine, maybe you bought 10 or 20 years ago, they will put the tag fuzzy logic, right? So those are some of the, today we still look at it as AI. Okay, now why today is the boom of this AI, right? Technically, it's actually these three components. The first is the learning algorithm that is actually very generic. Previously, I said the AI is actually very small scale and very domain specific, because the AI that used was actually has to be small because we have lack of computing power, and hence and the second thing is actually it has to be so-called very domain specific. Whereas today, this AI, the so-called the deep learning algorithm, or those days we call it a neural network, is basically very generic. You can take in an image to recognize it. You can take in video. You can take in sound for language translation. You can take in financial record. You can take in health sensor record, or your personal spending behavior, and do the same thing. Right? Technically, it's very generic. And that basically excites the industry, because you don't really need to adapt from one industry to another industry, spending too much of time on that. So the same neural network can do the job. Now, the second part of it is actually the data. So we have abundance of data, especially from this big tech company, right? So Facebook, Google, Amazon, and Netflix, and so on and so forth, right? They have so much of data, and today's the algorithm that can learn from the data, and they can perform extremely well, okay, compared to 20 years ago, right? Although the same algorithm, but by just technically having 10 times or 100 times more data, the same algorithm perform much better. And the third one is actually today's computing power is dirt cheap. It's very, very expensive, very, very cheap. With the NVIDIA, with this Intel, this specific, for example, the Movidius chipset, and so on and so forth, and the cloud computing. So it makes the things much cheaper to have a big algorithm trained with a huge number of data, and then run it in very cost affordable the hardware or in the cloud. So it makes the AI very attractive to the industry to solve many problems. Okay, so just to share you some of my personal experience, why I delve into artificial intelligence. At the age of when I about to graduate, right, in 1994, 95, now Apple launched this called Apple Newton Message Pad. Now this is actually the size is like today's iPad mini or iPad, right? So it's, of course, it's actually much thicker. Now, although this is launched in 1994, this is using one of the state-of-the-art natural handwriting recognition. It allows you to write natural handwriting, right? Just like what we have today. Okay, so but that at that time, that is actually the state-of-the-art natural handwriting recognition system. Of course, it's not developed by this Apple. They licensed it from a Russian company called Paragraph. So that is actually the triggering point. So that leads me to this the the world of, call it this so-called the neural network. Okay, then I'm involved in this postal code recognition in one of the center called in Malaysia called Center of AI and Robotics. We work on this handwriting this postal code recognition for mail sorting, right? Not today, nobody is actually sending, we call it snail mail now, but those days there are a lot of mail. You need to sort it so that the postman can distribute the email, the snail mail, okay, more efficiently by using the machine. But the sorting has to be done automated. Another one is actually we work on is actually the automated check recognition. Right, having a check again, you want to process. You need to know the legal amount recognition. You need to do the recognition of legal amount, recognition of courtesy amount, recognition of the date, the name, the signature, and so forth, in order to process the check automatically. But again, today this check is disappearing. Okay. So we are using this neural network technology in order to do all this kind of handwriting. So then, during my PhD, I involved in this a startup company in France called Vision Object. Now we work on this handwriting recognition on Palm Pilot. I'm not sure whether some of you have used that before. Palm Pilot, this Windows OS embedded. So those are actually using today's we call as a deep learning algorithm, okay, with the name neural network. And then I started a company called Recognition Technology. You know that the name Recognition stands for is actually a combination of recognition and engine. So it's Recognition Technology. So we started with a lot of video analytic. We taken video to, for example, in the industry, in the traffic industry, they want to count the number of cars that pass by a particular road in order to know how heavy is actually the traffic. They want to know what type of car actually passing by, how many motorcycles are passing by, how many trucks, how many taxis, and how many normal cars passing by. So instead of using human to sit there to count, now let's use a computer to count. Okay, and how to use a computer to count? Then definitely you need some kind of intelligence to let the computer to be able to detect the car, and then to count the car, to recognize what type of car is it, whether it's bus or truck or taxi and so on, and how many cars are at that particular time, right? And also we do, of course, with these, then you can generate a lot of traffic information, right? And to disseminate the information to the public in order to smooth the traffic. We also develop using the deep learning algorithm to develop, for example, the face recognition in the jail, and of course the license plate recognition. You know, today Malaysia, the highway authority is actually planning for this. We call it as multi-lane free flow. Eventually, we do not want to have the barrier gate to let the car to pass by, so everyone can pass, and then the toll processing can be done automatically, so that you don't need to stop, touch and go, and go. So in order to do so, you need to verify whether this car is the correct car with the RFID or not. So then you need to have a system to be able to recognize the license plate, right? To know, okay, this car is actually ABC1234, and it corresponds to the same RFID, and then I'm going to charge you this particular amount of money in order for you to pass by this particular road section, right? So those are actually the application of artificial intelligence in various, in particular this traffic industry. Okay, so these are some of the setup, the camera, the control room, to check whether it's car or not, and so on and so forth. Okay. So this is some of the example, and in fact, one of the latest highway in Malaysia, we call under construction, called the West Coast Expressway, right? So they are using this kind of state-of-the-art technology. And, okay, another one that we involve also as an advisor of this company called Agritics is actually, this is a forestry and agriculture industry, whereby we use mobile phone, right, and microscopic lens. We look at the patterns of a particular piece of wood, right, magnify it to about 20 times, and look at this pattern, and this pattern will tell what type of wood is this, whether this is a rubber wood, whether this is a Meranti, a teak wood, or what old European oak, and so on and so forth. Why this is important? Because for laymen like us or custom officers, they may not know what type of wood is this, but different type of wood, the property is different, the price is different, whether this wood is actually suitable for construction or whether this wood can only be used for the decoration, right, is totally different. So in order for a layman, custom officers or wood buyer, when they buy a particular wood, they need to verify. In the past, they need to send this to a specialist. We call it as a wood anatomist in order to verify it. But today, with this AI technology, using the deep learning algorithm, we are able to just look at these bit patterns and then give the result within 2 or 3 seconds. Now, this is actually one of the example. That is actually microscopic, and macroscopic wise, right? There's from a bigger view, right? Using drone imagery, using satellite image. So we look at a piece of big land, a few acres of land, right? And from the top view, we will be able to know, right? Again, using deep learning algorithm, right? So we will be able to know, okay, how many trees are there? Count the number of trees, right? So what is actually the reason for counting the tree? Because having the number of tree, better estimation of tree, then you know how many fertilizer that you need to put in, right? And how much fertilizer, how much yield that you can expect from this piece of land. Okay, and you also can identify which part of the tree, the plantation, and the trees are abnormal, we call it, right? Abnormal can be this plot of region is actually having some disease. That's why the color is different and the health is different. Okay, and then with this information, then the plantation manager can know this information and go to the field and to detect what actual problem is that. So those are actually some of my personal experience of AI in the industry. Of course, there are a lot more in this application. You can name it in financial institution, financial technology, financials, this insurance technology, and so on. They are used. This AI can be used technically everywhere. Okay, so that is actually my personal experience. I stopped my presentation over here. If you are interested, you can contact me through this email. Okay, I thank for this invitation. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, thank you, Dr. Yong Hate, for the explanation. So we can conclude that the real brain of Industrial Revolution 4.0 is artificial intelligence. On the other hand, we also know that the muscle of Industrial Revolution 4.0 is the automation and robotics. And camera, other sensors are the sense, and data and connectivity is the central nerve of the system. So thank you again, Dr. Yong Hati.
Thank you.
So to continue the forum, let's listen to the second topic, robotics, by Professor Dr. Iskandar bin Baharin. Please welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Dr. Iskandar Baharin. I'm currently the president of the Malaysia Robotics and Automation Association in Malaysia, called MyRAS. Just to give a bit of background of myself, I started my journey in robotics way back in the early 80s, in 1986, 85, 86. So based on the previous speaker just now, maybe I would fall under the second bell curve, where during my time of robotics and AI, we were talking about neural networks, fuzzy logic, and I also had the opportunity to meet up with the late Lotfizadeh, the kind of the inspiration behind fuzzy logic. Okay. So in those days, artificial intelligence and robotics, they are very close to each other. So this morning, I would like to share with you some of the backgrounds of robotics and how AI and also IR 4.0 is now influencing the growth of robotics in the world. Yeah. So let me share my screen here. I hope you can see here. Firstly, when we talk about there's three space here. One is robotics. Robotics, it is basically is a robot. Is a robot which is also a machine, and it has a physical form. And then you have the other space, which is artificial intelligence. So AI is really a software, so it doesn't need to be physical. But nowadays, the combination of artificially intelligent robots, here we have AI software plus robotics machine. Yeah. So you can imagine now, robotics and AI is very much it's like a coexistence of two important technology. Okay. Now, when we talk about robotics, now robotics is a field which involved electrical engineering. So you must have a background of electrical engineering, meaning in terms of the hardware, the software, sensors, actuators, batteries, communications, wireless network. Those are electrical engineering. You also must have skills in software engineering, software programming languages, or OS, algorithms, computer science, in terms of nowadays people are talking about the cloud and edge computing, distributed computer, and all that. Not forgetting mathematics is very important. You must understand the mathematics of logics, error estimation, algorithms, statistic optimization, and all those important field. And then because a robot is a physical being, you must also have knowledge in material science, because robots now are being deployed to go into human being, into human life. So you must know the material aspect of our robot must be biologically friendly. Either it can be biologically inspired, or even the component is, you know, biologically friendly to the human or to the animals and all that. So more and more material science in robotics is becoming very popular, especially now with textile also coming up. So that people are developing robotics, textile suits and all that. And another important component is the law. Now, because robots, people keep designing more and more robots. But some, you know, as you know, some people, they are bad people, some are good people. So when you design a robot, you want to make sure that whoever designs a bad robot will be accountable to that robot. So now there's a lot of robotics law, yeah, the ethics of it. So there's a lot of debate now, especially in Europe and the US, in terms of can we take a robot, can we take a robot to court to charge it, to put them to, you know, to prison. Nowadays we take human beings to court, to prison, but can we take a robot to court and to prison? That is a big debate because you can take as many robots to court, but it doesn't hurt. It does not hurt whoever was the inventor of it. So there's now laws in robotics that is going to link the inventor to the robot. So you are accountable to whatever that you design, okay? And then there is the field of artificial intelligence that we are talking today. I myself has also been involved in AI in the early days. So even in the days of the Palm OS and all that. So AI is really a very strong theory, yeah? And then the next one is cognitive science. Cognitive science is the science of, you know, of natural behavior of things. It can be cognitive for human beings. It can be cognitive for animals. It can be cognitive for virus. As we know now that with COVID, the COVID pandemic and all that. So that is cognitive in the viral space. So robotics needs to understand that. So if the robot understands the cognitive science of, let's say, the virus of this type of virus, then the robot will know what to do. So cognitive science is also very important in robotics. Psychology, as we know that psychology is also, because by the end of the day, a robot will have to serve human beings, right? So we design a robot to serve us. It's not to destroy us. So that is the first law of robotics. And then physics is very important. Nowadays, physics is very paramount because you must know the Newton's law. It has to obey the physics of the world. So a robot cannot go against physics. So you must know what is the physics of nature. Biology, of course, as I mentioned just now, biology and material science. So biology, in the end, we have our earth, our environment. A robot should preserve the environment, not destroy the environment. So it's very important that we understand that whatever robots that we build, it has to be biologically friendly. And then finally is the mechanical engineering. By the end of the day, we talk about robots, mechanical engineering in terms of how to design the 3D printing, the gearing, the motor, and all that. So in summary, these are, when you talk about a robot, a physical robot will consist of all these components, yeah? All these components, so electrical engineering. So there's a lot of for us to learn. And some people are now promoting the idea of what we call a robot is not only physical, but a robot is also virtual. What I mean by this is that a robot can also be in a form of process automation. So now a robot has been used in software to help reduce the human labor of clicking your keyboard and all that. So that is what we call robotics process automation, to help you reduce the number of human keying and all that. And also the other robotics space that is created now is what we call cloud robotics, a robot that exists over the cloud. So that is also another atmosphere now that has been developed. Now we know that robots has been sent to Mars. So when you send the robot to the Mars, there must be a way of how you communicate to the robot. So our only experience at the moment is cloud robotics. With cloud robotics, you have to understand the issue of latency, you have to understand the issue of security, you have to understand the issue of connection loss and all that. And then finally, a new space of robots. People are talking about Internet of Robotic Things. So Internet of Robotic Things are basically any device that is connected to the internet. Yeah. So you talk about, for example, our vacuum cleaner. That is Internet of Robotic Things. Your vacuum cleaner, your bulbs, your lights, your smart home. So those are small components, robotics components, we call them. Even your phone can be considered a robotics thing. Yeah. So those are the space of robotics. So when you talk about robotics nowadays, in the space of IR 4.0, there's a lot of roles that robots can play in this space. Yeah? And then the next topic is Industrial Revolution 4.0. Now we know that Industrial Revolution 4.0 started the beginning, number one, from an engineering perspective. It started from mechanical. Yeah, things were very mechanical in those days. And then from the mechanical production equipment, the wheelbarrow, the things were very mechanical. And then we goes to the second revolution, which is electrical. With electrical, we can do mass production. Yeah. And then we move to the third revolution, the internet. With the internet, now we can do automated production. Yeah. So the fourth revolution, which people call the digital or data revolution, this is where with the coming of the digital and data revolution, the impact to our revolution is almost 10 times now. Yeah. So if you look at the bottom, Industrial Revolution 1, 2, and 3, it empowers cooperation, meaning it gives power to the companies, to the factories, to the corporation. Yeah. But with Internet Revolution 4.0, the power of technology is now is in the hands of the people. It's in the hand of the people. It's the people who's now controlling whatever that we have now. So that is the power of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Yeah. Now people are also talking about Industrial Revolution 5.0. So it's still a concept, meaning that by the end of the day, our Industrial Revolution is supposed to serve human being, yeah, mankind, and also to protect the planet and everything, to preserve life. So Industrial Revolution 5.0 is all about serving human and protecting nature and improving your livelihood. Okay. This is my last slide. So when you talk about robotics plays an important role in the mega trends in our future ambition. When you talk about mega trends deals with the impact of technology to businesses, to societies, to economies, to cultures, and also personal life. So you will see, more and more robotics and Industrial Revolution 4.0 giving an impact to mega trends. For example, in urbanization, where city is our city is our customer. Our city are more and more smarter. The bricks and clicks are now becoming very, very tall. So you get a lot more clicking rather than building bricks. Okay. And then you're talking about the future infrastructure development, building of roads, dams, and buildings. So those are, you know, you see a lot more robots and also IR 4.0 playing a role there. The green energy, smart is the new green, okay? Innovating to zero, human health, wellness and well-being, social trends, the generation Y, the future of energy, the future of mobility, connectivity and convergence, you know, and all this. So what I want to summarize here this morning to the audience here is that when you talk about robotics, artificial intelligence, IR 4.0, whether we like it or not, is going to impact our daily life. People are not talking about, you know, where is deploying robots to help curb or, you know, solve this issue of the global pandemic at the moment. So we want to build robots that is pandemic proof to help humans so that we can live in a pandemic proof environment. So this situation we are facing now in this world can be a good wake up call for all of us in the robotics, AI and IR 4.0 community to build more and more better robots, more and more better AI algorithms, more and more better AI intelligent robots that is able to address the challenges of our post COVID-19 pandemic era. So with that, I think I would like to end my presentation and I'll pass it back over to our moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Iskandar Baharin. We can conclude that AI, artificial intelligence, and robotics is connected or relying in each other. Other than that, few elements that we also need to consider, such as material science, law and ethics, mechanical engineering, and others. So now let's move to the third panelist, which is Dr. Sheikh Bahramirat. I would like to introduce her again because I did some mistake during the introduction. Dr. Sheikh Bahramirat is the Vice President of the Climate and Resilience at Quanta Technology. So he just started the job in February 2021. She is also the IEEE Power Energy Society, which is the Vice President of New Initiatives and Outreach, starting at January 2017. She is also the adjunct professor in Illinois Institute of Technology from August 2013. Because of a few technical problems, Dr. Shea is not in the studio right now, so I will read his bio, so we can wait for her to come into the studio. So Dr. Shea Bahramirat had several positions in the energy sector, including Vice President of Engineering and Smart Grid at ComED, the electric utilities in Illinois. In these roles, she has overseen and executed Grid of the Future vision, technical roadmaps, analytic framework, and investment strategy of distribution system and communication network, fiber over 4 billion. She has only been responsible for system reliability, DER integration, grid strategy and analytics, standard, maintenance, inspection, emerging technology, STEM programming, and reimagining the power grid to mitigate and adapt to climate change. She has also developed talent strategies, industry engagement plans, and advocacy programs to support business objectives. She has been the expert witness and testified on several state and federal regulation proceedings around microgrid, energy storage, investment strategy, and distributed generation interconnection. Dr. Bahar Murad is an editorial board member of Electrical Journal, US CIGRE executive member, and adjunct professor at Illinois Institute of Technology, and the IEEE PAS Vice President of New Initiative and Outreach, overseeing the organization engagement with the policymaker globally around technical issue, investment strategies, emerging technologies, and developing plans for the next generation of framework, including smart cities and clean energy, and running the philanthropy activity of IEEE PAS Smart Village. She is the contributor to the United States SD7 Affordable and Clean Energy. She is also the Vice President of Climate and Resilience at Quanta Technology. She is responsible for assisting cities and utilize with climate change risk assessment for these asset operations and services, and for developing mitigation strategies and investment strategies for adapting to climate change.
Hi, do you know why we should engage with IEEE Young Professionals early in our career? Well, what is IEEE Young Professionals and how can it help us? IEEE Young Professionals is an international community of enthusiastic, dynamic, and innovative members and volunteers. Any IEEE member can be a young professional, and any member who received their first professional degree within the last 15 years is automatically considered a YP. Now, IEEE Young Professionals is bigger than you may think. It is one community in 10 regions across 183 affinity groups and more than 120,000 members around the world. So, why should we engage with IEEE Young Professionals, you ask? It is a place to connect and network with other professionals, enrich our career and personal lives, and participate in social events and activities. We can participate in many professional networks such as IEEE Collaboratech, IEEE email account via Google Apps, and take part in local meetings and online activities such as conferences and job fairs. We can also access the IEEE Center for Leadership Excellence for on-demand content. This really is an excellent resource to equip us with professional development skills. The benefits go on and on, particularly for young professionals early in our career as well as students. We can enhance our technical skills by accessing eBook Classics, IEEE Member Digital Library, Spectrum and Potential Magazine, IEEE Explore, conferences, and more. Look, the bottom line is this. We can participate in exciting local events and global webinars for topics such as assessing emotional intelligence, fundamentals for leadership and ethics, heroes networking for engineers, survival guide for scientific writing, conflict management, negotiation tactic, and others. For all these great reasons, engaging with IEEE Young Professionals may be one of the best decisions that we can make in our personal lives and professional career development. That is why we should engage with IEEE Young Professionals.
Get an opportunity to access thousands of technical journals, 300 plus online ebooks, magazines and journals through IET's digital and virtual libraries. 6,000 plus technical and non-technical videos via IET TV, extensive IET white papers, and the award-winning E&T magazine. As part of your membership, access over 2,000 events, webinars and conferences conducted annually across the globe and gain knowledge and expertise. Be counted as the engineer's engineer with international qualifications like CEng, iEng, EngTech and ICT Tech licensed by Engineering Council UK. Professional registration gives opportunity to IT members to benchmark their qualification to international standards. Enhance your skills, knowledge and experience through our CPD programs. Get a chance to participate in the IET Present Around the World competition, Innovation Awards and Achievement Awards. These events celebrate and recognise incredible talent in the engineering and technology space. In India, the IET reaches far and wide through 8 local networks run by volunteers of the IET. These local networks provide a sturdy platform to network, learn, collaborate and volunteer through for a host of activities such as conferences, technical lectures and workshops. Students and young members can be a part of the IET through the 8 Young Professionals sections and 35+ on-campus groups. Be a part of our sectors team working across 3 focus areas: future technologies, future of work and future of mobility and transport. Grab the opportunity to share your expertise and knowledge, network and broaden your horizons with the industry at large.
Hello, how are you, Dr. Shay?
Hi, I'm well.
Hi.
How are you?
Okay, good. So we can continue our forum. So the 4th industrial revolution require new technology and robust infrastructure. At the same time, they need also powering. So acceleration in clean energy and renewable energy through industrial revolution 4.0 is required. So due to that, let us welcome the last panelist for this forum, Dr. Shay Bahramurad, on her topic, renewable energy. Please welcome.
Thank you very much for having me, and I apologize for the confusion about the time. I'm Shay Bahramurad, and I'm the Vice President of Climate and Resilience at Quanta Technology, and at IEEE PES, I serve as the Vice President of New Initiative and Outreach. In addition, I'm an adjunct professor at Illinois Institute of Technology, and I teach courses related to microgrid, elements of sustainability, as well as smart grid. It's my pleasure to connect with you today. Let me see if I can share my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay, perfect. So what I'm going to talk to you about is I'm going to talk about renewable energy, but in the context of climate change in our sector. Just to give you a bit of setting the stage about how renewable energy is important, about what we do in energy industry, starting with the fact that the impact of climate change in running the electric grid in 2021. What you see here is a picture of what has been the damage in electric grid only in 2019. Billions of dollars has been estimated as the damage associated with extreme weather and climate disaster. It's a global problem, but it shows itself locally in different ways. For instance, in California, they are facing with wildfire during because of drought and vegetation issues. In Colorado, they have had in July they have had one of the worst storms that they have experienced. Missouri River, they have been experiencing flooding. In Chicago, what I can share with you that in Illinois, in last year and in 2019, we have experienced significant weather-related challenges. I've been working at ComEd, the electric utility in Illinois, for 8 years or so before joining quantum technology. And what we experienced was the number of tornadoes that they touched down in Chicago. We had a flooding of Chicago River that caused the a substation flooding and the outage of Sears Tower, one of the tallest high rises in Chicago. And we had a day in that the temperature during the day was 50 plus 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and at night it was negative 50. ComEd, the Illinois service territory, is 50% of the system is overhead. The system is not designed for a 100-degree temperature difference in one day. I can go in the south of the United States and the tropical storm and hurricane that they have had. I'm going to the East Coast and the number of snowstorms and polar vortex that they can experience. They have experienced. I can go to talk about what happened in Puerto Rico with number of earthquake and a hurricane that they have experienced. And then for number of months, they didn't have power. I can go on and on about the fact that how climate change impacted the in a negative way the electric grid. Then another, and then later on, I talk about how renewable energy plays a very important role in this context. And then what I'm showing to you here is that in different, it's to the point that mainstream media is reporting in power grid, and the fact that the power grid we have to think about it differently. We need to think about it to adapt to the challenges associated with climate change, and we need to take proactive actions and measures in place in order to adapt, in order to mitigate some of the challenges of climate change. The reason that renewable energy becomes extremely important is that there are a number of research that NASA and other places have done that shows that in a specific time, the temperature is going to go up 4 degrees Celsius. If we take proper measures to reduce carbon footprint, that the speed of temperature rise is going to reduce. So these are the proactive measures that we have to make in order to mitigate or to adapt to climate issues. Another way of looking at it is that, as I mentioned, the global temperature is going up. When I say global temperature is going up, it impacts many parts of the system, from loading of the transformers and distribution, to the size of the cables that we use, to the design that we have, and from the way that we design the system to the way that we operate the system, we have to think about it differently. The ice storms that is, and then I can share you one experience of mine. In Chicago, the day started with raining, and then the temperature dropped and the rain continued, and it landed on the distribution lines and it froze right away. So we had about 2 centimeters of ice on distribution feeders. And it created galloping. On transmission lines, helicopters usually fly over the lines and they de-ice them. In distribution system, that doesn't, the helicopter doesn't work in that space. So there's just a lot to consider and a lot to to adapt. I know that we started a bit late, but I'm just going to give you a few more things to think about, that you as the next generation have a lot on your plate to think and consider. What you see here is the global generation mix, that as the wind and solar, it has increased, but compared to other types of generation, still we have a very, very long way to go. In order to reduce the GHG emission, based on a lot of different international agreements, such as Paris Agreement, such as C4 cities, that network of 97 cities committed to addressing the GHG, these are only the states in the US that they have committed to do that. So I said that there are two ways to think about, and in the context of climate change. One is, what do we need to do in order to adapt to the disasters that we are facing? Second, what can we do in order to reduce that impact? One of those ways to adopt that is integration of renewable energy. Renewable energy, when we integrate them in the system, there is a lot to consider, such as how do we create flexibility in the system that it doesn't turn into what happened in California. I'm going to give you, it's a very famous curve. It's called dog curve. What happens is that for instance, in Illinois, Illinois utility is a summer picking utility. What happens is that worst time of the year that utilities plan for is from May to September, end of August. But worst case scenario, with a lot of renewable energy integrated in the system, it's going to be a very hot, a very sunny day, like April or October, not in the worst case of summer. In April and October, air conditioners are not running in Chicago, but you have a lot of generation because of solar. That's the time of the day, a year, that something like that for Illinois would happen. There is a lot generation in the system, but the load is minimum. So high generation, low load, that balance doesn't exist. Then it needs to be a thinking ahead of time to make sure that either through energy storage, either through different charging or discharging of battery or electric vehicle, or utilization of smart inverters, so by the time that generation is going high but the load is low, smart inverter get the signal and they disconnect. It was an impressive 9-year process to develop 1547 in order to mitigate some of the intermittency of different types of renewable generation, inverter-based generation, such as solar in the system. So I'm not going to talk about, this is what I briefly mentioned, that in what you do is either you mitigate or you adopt, and distributed energy resources and integration of renewable is one of the ways to adapt and reinforce the grid associated with climate change. I'll pause here, and I apologize for being a bit late and joining you late. It was about a miscommunication about the timing and time difference that we had. I'm gonna leave you with few things. You are joining energy industry in a very exciting time. There is a lot of challenges and a lot of opportunities ahead of you. There's a lot of societal problems that only electrical engineers in this era can solve. 1 billion people on this planet, they don't have electricity. So from a humanitarian perspective, from dealing with societal challenges such as climate change, and integrating renewable energy and utilizing sustainable energy, different types of technology, providing equity and power for for communities that they are not as privileged as we are. These are all the things that are ahead of you. Again, thanks a lot for having me, and I don't know if there is any time for me to take questions, or Dr. Huda?
Discussion. So we can continue after the break, Doctor. Okay.
Sure.
So thank you for the talk, Dr. Sheba Hamirat. So we know that the impact of climate changes is real and give negative impacts to the infrastructure. And we know that renewable energy helps to mitigate all of those issues. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we will have 10 minutes breaks before we continue with the panel discussion. So if you have any question or comments, please post it, your question in our YouTube and Facebook live chat. Okay, thank you. See
Thank
you in 10 minutes. Okay.
Our world is changing.
Engineering is changing.
Society is changing.
We are changing.
We're here to inspire,
Inform.
Influence.
And change perceptions.
Demonstrating how important engineers and technicians are in our lives.
Championing achievements.
Helping to create new technologies that enable us to thrive.
And inspiring future generations to make a difference.
Together, we discover new concepts by turning theory into practice.
Create solutions to society's biggest challenges.
Share knowledge and expertise through our networks.
Grow by developing new skills and capabilities.
Evolve and adapt for the future.
We are the IET.
Together, we are engineering a better world.
Thank you, Dr. Huda, and all the speakers for the insightful and interesting talk. So before we begin to our next agenda, let's play a game. What game? Kahoot game. So on this break, we'll be having a Kahoot session led by Puan Mardia. So all the registered participants can join the Kahoot session. For your information, there will be exciting prizes for the top 3 winners. So I hope that you guys can join the Kahoot session by using the code displayed on the screen. For this Kahoot session, please use your real name for this game as we will cross-check across the winners. Okay, so let's see. The first participant already joined, Lee Kian Yi. So I hope more participants will join for this Kahoot session as there will be exciting prizes provided by IEEE Young Professional Malaysia. We will begin our Kahoot session in 2 minutes. So please ensure that you guys join the Kahoot session. There are already 15 people in the Kahoot session. Keep coming, all the participants. So far, there is no limitation for the participants to join the Kahoot session. If more participants will join for this session. Already 45 reaching 50. So we have 1 minute left before we start our Kahoot session. keep coming. I will waiting for you guys to join the Kahoot session. Oh, don't forget to use your full name as registered, yeah? Because we will cross-check if you guys are able to win, and we will cross-check the winners with the registered participants. So we're waiting around 30 seconds more. Is there any newcomers? Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, Dr. Puan Mardia, let's start the game. I believe we can start the game. Okay, so for the first quiz, Kahoot game. So the first question will be, what does IEEE stands for? You have 20 seconds to answer the question. Five seconds left. The answer is Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. 36 got correct. So let's see who's on the scoreboard. Shay for the first rank, Chong Zihao second, and Li Qian Yi the third. And moving on to the next question. What does IR in IR 4.0 stands for? 15 seconds left. The answer is Industrial Revolution. 17 got it correct. Congratulations. So let's see the scoreboard. Maintaining Dr. Shay as the first place, Chong Zihao and Hamizan Hamzah on the third place. Moving on to the next question. Which of the following is not the application of AI? Seconds left. The answer is kite flying. 74 got it correct. Board. The first place goes to Hamizan Hamzah. Second place goes to Eric Chang, and third place goes to Chong Zihao. Moving on to the next question. Which of the following is not the example of a robot? Wow. Fast answer by the participants. Interesting. The answer is an analog clock. So moving on to the last. Oh, we should see the scoreboard first. Hamizan Hamzah maintaining the first rank. The second place goes to Muhammad Arif Hisham and Usada Pakora at the third place. So let's see the last question for this Kahoot session. What was the topic given by Dr. Shay Bahramirat just now? The answer is renewable energy. So let's see the scoreboard. The third place goes to Muhammad Shaheen. Second place goes to Muhammad Arif Hisham. And the first place goes to Hamizan Hamza. So the runner-up is Rashidah and Mahasniza. So I believe we already got our winners. Congratulations to all the winners. And please take note that by 5 p.m., all the top 3 winners, please send your full name and contact number to mardiamj@ieee.org. The email will be announced at the YouTube chat box and Facebook. So I believe we can start our next forum. Okay, welcome back all the participants. I believe we have a good session during the Kahoot session. Congratulations to all the winners. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed with Dr. Huda Abdul Majid for the next forum. Dr. Huda Majid, over to you.
Thank you, Afiq. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our forum with panel discussion. So let's invite Dr. Yong Hate, Professor Dr. Iskandar bin Baharin, and Dr. Sheikh Bahramirat to the studio. Thank you. So for this discussion, I have collected few questions from the audience and participants. So the first topic that we're going to discuss on is the importance of IR 4.0 for graduates. So will it give them advantage during job hunting? So if they have some knowledge or further knowledge of IR 4.0, do they have advantage? So maybe I will pass this question to Dr. Yong Hate to answer it.
Having the technical knowledge in any things in IR 4.0, artificial intelligence, deep learning, or robotic, what you name it, definitely will be a plus. But being a fresh graduate, I think the company don't expect to be the fresh graduate to know everything about this whatever technical knowledge. So there are a lot of these things to learn, being a fresh graduate. Now, I think more importantly is actually the attitude. The attitude where the hunger to succeed in a particular field that they are interested. For example, in solving the traffic problem, or solving the food problem, or solving the environment problem. When they join a particular industry, this is actually in line with what they have. Okay, I want to join something, to apply whatever this AI skill set that I have to solve this food problem. For example, joining close to our country is actually, for example, the oil palm plantation, right? So how to make this plantation to increase their yield at the same number of piece of land, using some kind of AI technology, using the drone, using the robotic to reduce the so-called to check, right, whether to maintain the healthiness of the tree. Of course, the cloning, as well as I think the most so-called most problem that the industry is facing in the plantation is about the fruit. The fruit that I planted is already grow in the tree, but no one is actually picking up down, right? So is there any robotics, right, that can help a person to increase their productivity by 10 times, to get the fruit down here and then sent to the mill, so that it's actually more efficient, same piece of land. For forestry, for example, now how can I, for example, plant, I think a lot of countries talking about planting a few 100 million tree in every country. So how can we use the technology to help us to plant more trees, right? And how to not just simply planting tree, but planting specific so-called species to a particular piece of land, so that it doesn't disrupt the diversity or the ecosystem. So what type of technology? The drone technology being of them, the satellite the technology, and so on and so forth. So I think it's more towards this the attitudes as well as the big picture. What kind of problem the graduates are interested to solve for the world. That's my question.
Thank you, Dr. Yong Hate. Maybe to other panels want to comment on this question. Dr. Shea Baharamiran.
I am very much in agreement with Dr. Tai. It is very important to have the technical foundation. Artificial intelligence, you just mentioned it, the application of it in many different sectors, from power systems to communication to even industries that are irrelevant to energy, is extremely important. It just sets you for the first job. So the technical skill is the right foundation to get you to the first job. But in order to excel, two things are needed. In very much agreement with Dr. Tai, one is the attitude, the desire to learn, and the second, the willingness to take a step in order to solve the problems and being mission oriented. There's a lot to solve in this world. From, you mentioned the food issues and the agriculture problem, I would add to it, as I mentioned in my talk, 1 billion people not having electricity. So those factors, in addition to a very strong technical foundation, is going to help you set you up for success in your future.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shea Baharamiran. Any comments from Prof. Dr. Iskandar on this topic? Prof, your mic is not on.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Sorry about that. So I think I also agree that apart from technology and also the individual character of aspiring to, to succeed and solving a difficult problem, the other thing that that will create chances for young engineers to get a job is also willingness to adapt to the culture of the organizations that you're going to go in. Yeah? Because typically companies, they look at three things. Number one, do you have the right technical skills that is needed by my company or by my organization? Number two is that you have the right attitude in terms of mission-oriented, goal-oriented, and also team player and all that. And finally, number three, can you blend into our corporate culture and all that? Because sometimes that young engineers, they think from their perspective. So they also have to do a bit of research before going to the interview to understand also a bit more about that company or that corporation's corporate culture and all that. Yeah, so that's very important, because during the interview, you can immediately demonstrate that you can blend in terms of these three factors. I think you have a very good chance of success. And I would rate it as 1/3 for each factor. 1/3 for technology, 1/3 for attitude, and 1/3 over culture.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Iskandar. So we can say that there's three elements that the panelists mentioned. So the first is attitude, and second is the technical. You also need to know the technical part. You need to have an attitude, how to work in a company, and also how to blend in with society or the environment in the company. So let's move on to the next topic that you can discuss on tips for graduate to get jobs during the COVID pandemic time. So we know that the COVID-19 affects much on the economy and also society, and graduates is currently having a tough time to find or to even to get interviewed. So maybe the panelists can share some tips on how the graduates to adapt with this COVID-19 time here. Okay, please, we can start with Prof.
Yep,
Prof.
sure.
Iskandar. Yes. Okay.
Sure. I believe in terms of all this, I'm the oldest among all of us here today. Yeah. So I think because of that, there's also advantage and also disadvantage. Yeah. The advantage is that I've got a longer learning curve than all the other people. But the disadvantage is that I'm a bit lagging in terms of that is the reality of the the young generation. Yeah? So my answer to that is that in as much as the post COVID-19, you will see, because I myself interview people for my company. Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I'm very careful is that in the virtual space people can say many things. They present to you that they're very productive. They can do a lot of things online and many things. Yeah. But I believe being an old school, by the end of the day, is still the human touch, meeting in physical. How do you perform in front of me, physically, in front of my desk, in front of my my office? So to me, this pandemic is a temporary thing. Once our vaccine has sink in and hopefully robots will take over and do the necessary things to combat this pandemic situation, all of us will be able to be back in normal. But when I say back to normal, will be more of the it's a new reality. That is a mixed mode. So meaning that okay, some stuff they say that they can work better virtually and all that, but you still need to come report to me physically and show me your work and all that. Okay, so now how do you do that and all that? So I want to see this element that it's not totally virtual, but it has to be physical, but it depending on the job, because robotics is still is a physical thing. You have to touch the screwdriver, you have to touch the wiring, you have to touch physical thing. You cannot do virtually. Impossible. How can you make a car without going to the factory? So it's just the reality of things. So certain things you can migrate to virtual space, but certain things will just be what it is, like the weather. Can you change the weather, for example? Yeah. The power. Everybody needs power, but it's an issue of how do you harvest power. Yeah. So those are the things. So I'm looking for future graduate. Don't oversell yourself. But you always imagine that who you are talking to and understand their school of thought as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for the fruitful insight and tips. We can continue with Dr. Sheikh Bahramirat. If you have any want to share about the topic on the tips.
Of course. First of all, thank you, Dr. Bahrain. You made my day by saying that you're the oldest person. That's very humble of you. So I would say two things. One is that decades, I've been an IEEE PES volunteer for decades, and I've got my first job through IEEE. Actually, my second and a third and a fourth job through the people and the connections I made through PES. When I was a student, I volunteered. So what I'm trying to advise you is that this industry is very small and it's very big in some essence. Now that pandemic has happened, I didn't need to travel. I would love to travel again to Malaysia and see everybody in person, but it's an opportunity to have a connection virtually. Volunteer and raise your hand to do something in industry in IEEE. Then you get recognized for the great job that you do. Show passion and be part of any cause as part of IEEE, either in the technical committees, in leadership, in conferences, and people will recognize you, will tap you in the shoulder, and will offer you jobs.
Yes.
That's my advice.
Thank you, Dr. Sheba Hamirat. Maybe Dr. Yong Hati have some tips that want to share.
I very, very much agree with what Dr. shared and Dr. Prof. Iskandar, that I think make best use of your current opportunity. Do whatever that you are good at, and then build your reputation among your peers, right? Or basically, then that is actually more effective than that particularly 1 or 2 30 minutes interview, right? So make full use of the opportunity of what you have, the connection, and then do the best of what you're doing now.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can move to the next topic that we can discuss, still on COVID-19, but for the past 2 questions is on the graduate. So we're going to discuss on the young professional. So we know that it's on because of COVID-19, young professional need to change their environment, change how they work because they're working at home. They have to work online. So maybe the panelists have some comments or tips on how young professionals can adapt with those challenges. It means that working from home, how they can adapt it, how they can manage their time with the families all around, right? So maybe we can start with Dr. Shea Baharamira first, please.
Sure. I would say a few things. One is that you young professionals are very much savvy with tech and computers. So it's your time to shine. And,
Yes, yeah, you're
a lot
right.
better than my generation. The thing that I would say is that try to create a space that you would consider it as a workspace. When you leave that space, it's your mental separation from what you do and your work and your family. That physical separation of where you do or you connect your to your computer, to university, to work, or your e-learning with in a way that you can consider it as I walked away. That's one thing. Second thing, being still a professional and looking like a professional is via Zoom or computer is completely recognizable. So the way that we interact with each other and not multitasking when you are going for an interview or you're having a conversation, still people notice that you are looking, you're giving a eye contact to the people that you connect with. These are very small things, but I'm going back to what Dr. Iskandar and Dr. Tai mentioned. The human touch, even through computer, is important, if not twice important.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Doctor. Maybe Dr. Young Hati can continue. Any comments?
I would say it's actually this pandemic for the past 1 year allow us to be more so-called used to Zoom meeting and things like that. You don't need to travel. Don't need to arrange a meeting to fly to US to start something. Right, everything can be done overnight to start a discussion. So that is actually good for young professional like you all. Now I think, but bad thing sometimes is actually today's environment. Basically, there are too much of a distraction. When you do something, then the WhatsApp pops up, and the social network, your friends' Facebook pops up, and things like that. That will basically distract you from your concentration. So you need to learn how to be focused when you are doing your work by removing all this distraction. Yeah, I think that is actually a major one in order to make you fully utilize the tool.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Yong Hati. I'm going to read a question on energy, renewable energy. There's a few questions on renewable energy in the YouTube chat. So maybe this is for Dr. Shebahrimat to answer it. So one of it is, How long will it take for renewable energy to be the default source of energy? With the rising growth of population, will it sustain everyone as good as fossil fuel does? So maybe you can give some comment on it.
Yeah, so technology leads, but at the end of the day, policy rules. This is the policymakers that make the decision to push for more renewable and green energy in our space for integration of that. I'm not a politician. I'm not a policymaker. And but here's the thing that we as an engineers can do. Number one, it's our job to take those complex concepts and translate them in a way that policymakers and politicians understand them, why it is important to integrate more renewable energy in the grid. What is the benefit associated with that? What happens if we don't do that? Not in a complicated way, in a simple way. So it goes back to, in addition to technical foundation that you need to have, communication is extremely important. That's like one thing that would help to integrate, to adapt more renewable energy in the system. Second is that the work that we do, if it gets to the culture change and the ask for that culture change and ask for that policy change, it comes from the decisions that people make day to day about energy efficiency, about the adaptation of solar. Every single one of you is an ambassador and agent for the future. It doesn't matter where you go, it doesn't matter in a family setting, in your friends, you're an advocate for clean energy and integration of renewable energy. So take advantage of that and educate anybody that you interact with.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. The next question that I got still from the live chat from YouTube is on AI. Is artificial intelligence being used in food industry? What is the importance to involve artificial intelligence in these industries? If someone to volunteer to answer it, Dr. T or Prof. Iskandar?
Maybe I let Dr. T take the lead first. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I
Please,
think. I think is AI can be used in any application. So food, for example, food the downstream, upstream to the downstream. The manufacturing is downstream. Food, this upstream, for example, just now the example that I've given to you. For example, the palm fresh fruit on the tree, how to to unpluck it, how to make sure that this is actually healthily grown and things like that. So all those things, AI can be used anywhere. All right. I think that's
okay.
My answer to that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Dr. Tay, for the explanation. Other than that, let me scroll down. This is more on renewable energy. Renewable energy is much popular topic too. Yeah, participants like to ask how we differentiate renewable energy to energy consumption in smart home environment. From Muhammad Zulkarnain.
How do we differentiate renewable energy to energy consumption?
Energy consumption in smart home environment. Maybe.
If you mean, so I'm just going by how I'm guessing about your question.
Yeah. Please guess.
And Hisham, feel free to ask your question differently. The way that, so if you have solar panel on top of your roof and you have electric car and there is a home automation system and different, the dishwasher and the washing machine, these are all the different smart components in a home that they can be set to operate the time that they work on a time that the solar is shining. So that's the balance between utilizing your devices at home and orchestrating them in a way that they run at the time that the sun is shining. if that's the, if your question was about how to create the harmony between smart devices at home as well as the renewable energy, that's one way of thinking about it.
Okay. And another question for Dr. Shay. With the fusion technology development lately, is there a possibility for us to harness the power from fusion technology as the new renewable energy source?
First of all, sky is the limit. If 25 years ago, somebody was telling me that there is a way to control inverters and send a signal to them, I would have just scratched my head. Like, it just sounds very optimistic. Or the solar cells, they are very small ones that they are very light, and they are on a, they put them on the backpacks or in the homes in different parts of the world, that the roofs are not built based on specific code. I would never imagine that 25 years ago there were solar cells that they are that light that you can hold them with your one hand. But now it's doable. With fusion technology, I haven't seen, to be honest with you, the latest technology where we are. But is it doable? Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Natasha, for the comment and for answering the question. And I think due to the time constraint, we're going to move for the last question in the live chat, YouTube live chat. I think this can pass it to Prof. Iskandar, because most of the question is to Dr. Shay and Dr. T. How do you think the human brainwaves with artificial intelligence application, and what are the opportunities of job searching in Malaysia? Oh, this is on AI. I think Prof can also answer this question.
I think that's a very challenging, thought-provoking technology. So, how do you think human brainwaves with AI application? What does it so?
Yeah.
I think nowadays you're looking at the sciences of the especially people are trying to pick up human brainwave in hospitals to see the state of mind, the body, and all that. So there's a lot of medical devices available out there, but that is coming from medical electronics perspective space. Yeah? But in terms of robotics, I think probably Malaysia, we are not there yet in terms of the demand. The demand for creating a robot that is able to read human brainwaves and all that. But who knows? But I think with any hard technology, there is always the spin-off, the applications that we can use for commercial applications. So people who ask this type of questions, they are very, very deep in technology, but they can also focus on the simpler things of engineering applications. I think there'll be a lot of opportunities there, I can think.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, thank you for the explanation. So now we are moving to the end of the session. So I would like to congratulate all the panel, Dr. Shay Bahramirat, Professor Dr. Iskandar Baharin, and Dr. Yong Hate to participate in this panel discussion, and also for the participant that participate giving question in the live chat YouTube. And I would like to say thank you. And for this, I will pass this session to Mr. Afiq. So thank you again to the panelists and also the participants.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Huda, and all the speakers for the insightful and fruitful forum discussions. So before we begin to our next agenda, let's take a short 5-minute break. On this break, you will see promotional video by the technical team. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, announcement to all the participants. Don't forget to click on the link on the YouTube comment section and Facebook chat box. As we already provided the link for the e-certificate at the end of the program that you will get. So the feedback form you must fill in to get the e-certificate. Okay, so welcome back all participants. So let's proceed with the event for today's summit, which is Career Workshop, Learn to Get Hired. So for this event, it will cover three main topics, which includes resume writing, IEEE job site, and last but not least, market your skill in social media and LinkedIn. If participants have any question during the session, please type your question in the chat box on YouTube or comment section on Facebook. Now for our first topic regarding resume writing and tips for interview will be presented by Dr. Raimi Dewan. Dr. Raimi Dewan is currently a senior lecturer at the School of Biomedical Health Science and Faculty of Engineering UTM. He was a postdoc at the Institute of Electronic and Telecommunication of Reims, University of Reims 1, France, from 2019 to 2020. Dr. Raimi was previously a senior manufacturing engineer with Keysight Technology and a RF design engineer with SmartTrack Technology. He is a registered graduate engineer with Board of Engineer Malaysia, a member of Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, IEEE Antennas and Propagation Society, IEEE Council on RFID, and IEEE Young Professional. Therefore, without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Raimi Dewan to deliver his presentation. Dr. Raimi Dewan, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC. So, is it clear, my voice? I hope it is clear.
Can you speak a bit louder because we cannot hear you?
So, is it louder? Is it clear now?
Yeah, better.
Okay. So, without further ado, I will share the screen. Okay, thank you to the MC. So, do you guys see my screen now? Okay. So, welcome to my session. Okay, I'm going to deliver about resume writing and tips for interview. Okay, so this is a brief introduction about me. Okay, I was UHF product coordinator before, and then research engineer in France, and also design and senior manufacturing engineer in industry before becoming a lecturer. Okay, so before we start my session, okay, let me introduce a bit, okay, about my school. Okay, so I am from School of Biomedical of Engineering and Health Science. Okay, this is our chair. So our school is like offering this undergraduate and postgraduate programs in biomedical engineering, rehabilitation, and also we also have a degree program in equipment management. Okay, so this is the area of expertise from our school. So we invite any interested students to join our school, okay, for undergraduate and for the postgraduate. Okay. Okay. So before I start, okay, let me put some disclaimer first. Okay. This is based on my personal experience, okay, from the applicant side, interview side, and employer side, because I was in industry before. Okay, so this is based on my perspective, okay, where I secure 8 jobs. Okay, I secured 8 jobs despite my boring looking resume. Okay, my resume is only black and white. It doesn't have design. Okay, it's just black and white and my photo. That's it. Okay, so this is actually to prove that actually design is not what actually the main important people look in the resume. Okay, so I get these 8 jobs, okay, from these international multinational companies overseas and also public university. But of course, I offer 8 jobs. I only take some of them. Okay, so I've been using the same resume since 2010. Okay, with improved version, no colorful. It's just plain and white. And then for the interview, I went all sort of interview modes, which is the physical interview, which is classic, phone interview, online interview, interview with project presentation, interview with teaching demonstration. Okay, and then what I would like to advise everyone that actually you try to seek more opinion from others. Okay, so that you can improve more on your resume writing and also your skills in interview. Okay, so this will be my presentation content. Okay, I will try to squeeze in within 30 minutes. Okay, initially it's maybe it will take around 2 hours. Okay, so resume writing. The first part, what is the purpose of resume? What do's and don't in resume? Okay, what need to be inside your resume? And then the second part is what is a job interview? Okay, and then how to get yourself employed. Maybe I will cover next time. Okay, we don't have that much time. I will cover directly. Continue directly on the do's and don't. Okay, for before interview. Okay, and then additional tips and maybe question and answer if we have time. Okay. So this is based on this online definition. Okay, you guys can read. It's quite long. Okay, you guys can read. So I don't want to read it. You guys can Google it anyway. Okay, what my definition of resume. Okay, it's your representative. Okay, so let's get real. No one knows you out there unless you are someone at the top of internet search. Okay, like Bill Gates or somebody, right? So you have this many story to tell, but you need to limit yourself in a pieces of paper, which is resume. Okay, so life is not fair, so you must say selective include. Okay, about yourself in the resume. You send your resume, it is like you sending your representative to a company. Okay, the company sees you from these pieces of few paper, few pieces of papers only. Okay, just like 2 to 3 or 4 pages. That's all. Okay, so the purpose of resume is this is your real life. Okay, whether you have bad grades to have to be fit. Okay, so it is you don't need to mention this unless you are accepted or they required before. Okay, you don't need to mention this medical record because it might show a bad impression unless they request before. Okay, and then you don't need to show why you are fired from the company. You don't emotion inside resume, and then you don't need to put your difficulty in life and your bad grades. Okay, this is your real life. But what your resume should reflect you is actually the best version of you. Okay, the best version of you means that you are not lying, you're just showing the best version of you because you are sending representatives, so your resume should show the best of you. Okay, so this is what your resume should portray about you. Okay, resume writing, I think this is mistake has been practiced so many times and all over maybe across many countries also. Okay, so it was never about the design of resume. Okay, it was never about the design of resume. It is about the content of the resume. Okay, let me use this. Okay, this is about the content of the resume itself. Okay, so you are not competing for best resume design. Okay, always remind ourselves the purpose of resume. Okay, sometimes people sending resume full of design but end up actually nothing inside. Not nothing much on the job. Okay, so there are a lot of interesting design of your resume found online. Okay, you can just browse through and you can see this is all the new generation resume. It creates it limits you. Okay, your what your resume should do for you. Okay. Okay, there are a lot of interesting design of resume found online. However, you shouldn't let this attractive looking resume limit your creativity in producing informational rich resume. Okay, sorry. Okay. So your resume should be informational rich. Okay, don't limit it. And when you write resume, don't overestimate yourself. Don't underestimate yourself. Okay, what does it mean by this? Because the new resume, the problem is you put yourself in bar. If you agree with me, you put yourself in bar means like computer skill. You put five bar out of 5 bar. So how confident are you about that? Sometimes you are overconfident because you need to be truthful. Okay, so this is one of the shortcoming of the new resume, because you put yourself in bar and sometimes you are overconfident, and sometimes you are also underestimating yourself. Okay, you put like 2/5. Okay, so I don't really suggest this kind of bar. Is better like maybe you use some like beginner, advanced, intermediate, something like that. Okay, because sometimes when you put resume, you put as if like you are 5 star out of 5 star, but in the end you just proving that when they hire you, you are not that 5 star. Okay, so this is happened to one of my I mean, in my previous working experience, because the boss asking me why this guy he put himself like 5 star out of 5 about the software, but actually he knows nothing. I need to teach him to use the software. So you see, it's kind of embarrassing. You are over portraying yourself. Okay, so limit. Okay, this new resume, don't let it limit the pages number of your resume. Okay, so if you have 2 short resume, 1 pages, it doesn't mean that you show that you are good in summarizing. Sometimes because you make it 1 page, it's too little of information. I hope this normally people will say you try to make as short as possible. Okay, you need to make sure that it is sufficient enough to represent you. Okay, not 1 page. 1 page is too little unless you can really tell about yourself in 1 page. Okay, and then 10-page resume. What's the point of making it a lot? So you also need to set maximum. Don't be 10 pages. 10 pages is like a CV. Okay. So many other shortcomings due to this newly designed resume. Okay, pros covered by many in the internet. Okay, for me, I'm covering the cons. Okay, because I don't practice this. Okay, and I don't practice this, but I get all the job just using my resume, which is black and white. Okay, it's not really interesting, but it's the content that I'm stressed on, not the design of the resume. Okay. So general information, you need to include, okay, the recent photo, okay, of you, and your name, your handphone, everything. Expected income, optional, okay, negotiable, okay. And then you need to put some personal statement about you, okay. For example, I am engineer with over 9 years in R&D industry, and I'm looking forward to flourishing my expertise and widen my knowledge in academics and research industry. So you can add also your personal target or at least anything about you. Okay, so this is the way. Okay, instead of using bars, okay, like 5 bar, 4/5, you can use like this. Okay, key skill, technical skill. You put yourself for this software, which level are you? Is it beginner, intermediate, advanced? And she's one of the valuable in resume, okay, for the company, especially if you are looking for technical position like research engineer. Okay, I was also a research engineer before. Okay, so actually we are looking more of like equipments that you can use. Okay, that at least you know how to use. I know maybe in undergraduate level you may not have this much experience, okay, in handling equipments, but try to be active. Maybe ask your lecturers or the technician you want to learn, because this is one of the skill that that maybe not be possessed by many of the students. Okay, the equipments. Okay, because the equipment is important. Okay, some of the jobs that I got. Okay, actually I got all the 8 jobs. Okay, I got all the 8 jobs that I go for interview. I means I get all. Okay, then I have this equipment skill I put inside, and they actually told me we are looking for this. We are looking for somebody to know this. Normally people don't know this. Okay, equipment, because company, like it or not, they also have yes, they will accept you to the company, but they prefer someone that can shorten the learning curve. Okay, it's like they don't need to teach you from zero. Okay, so you put equipment. Okay, the equipment that additional certificate, it does help. Okay, for example, if you have a certificate about safety, okay, ISO, okay, and also membership, you can put, and also a language, because some company they prefer if you have some knowledge skill, even though it's just not really high, but it's better than nothing. Okay, for example, if you want to work in Europe, okay, if you want to work in Europe, it's good if you have if you can must at least have some basic of the language, for example French. Okay, for example. Okay, so value yourself correctly. Okay, don't put yourself overestimate. Okay, don't overestimate yourself. Okay, so like this, the education. Okay, so this is about me, my PhD in 2019, my master, my degree, and also this one. Okay, like for this is my SPM 9A. Okay, it's actually the full grade is actually 19A and 1B4. Okay, but I removed the 1B4 because it makes my resume look bad. So it's just 9A. So 9A look nicer, right? So you just put 9A. So include good grade, remove the bad ones. Remember that I told you guys, resume should show the best version of you. Okay, so you remove the bad ones. Okay, you see my resume, all this while is just black and white. I don't have designs. Okay, so experience is also important. Okay, so experience are all counted. Limit the what depends on your target. Okay, if that company really search for someone that really have technical capability knowledge, you can include more. If not, if you just go for company that you just for the sake of applying, you don't know that vacancy is related to you, or you sure that vacancy is not related to you, you make it a bit shorter. Okay, so you put experience there. Okay, you put your position and you put your main duty. You don't have to spell it A to Z. Okay, just put the main duty. For example, materials engineer. Main responsibility is resourcing and quality issue. So you put there. If they ask you for further detail, you can speak more. No problem. It's just that you put your main duty. That's it. Don't speak too much. And also, if you are doing master, PhD, okay, no problem. You can include that. It is also experience. Okay. For me, you see, I put even my final year project, degree project. Okay. So you include them all. Okay, and selected co-curricular, you don't put all. I know some of us are active, but you don't put all because no space for that. They also don't really bother to read all. Okay, so you just put the selected curricular, for example, honors, award, okay, competition that you went to. You see this? I make summarization. Okay, 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 gold, 2 silver. I don't make it like, you see, MTE 2012. I don't make 1 gold, another silver, and another silver. No, I make summarization. Okay, 1 gold, 2 silver, each of the competition that I win. Okay, and then co-curriculum. Okay, you need to put some curriculum, and then you need to show the skill what you have learned. Okay, you just don't put you join. For example, team tech Crenatech here. You don't mention like the you don't simply mention like this. You mention in full a bit more detail so that people know what have you learned. For example, like this, besar for team tech Crenatech treasurer, managing resource worth of 32,000 ringgit. So people can know more about you. Okay, you are more all-rounded. Okay. So this is personal interest, and then for publication, you can make summarization. Okay, like for me, I have 68 articles, for example. Yes, I just put 5. Don't need to put all. Okay? And of course, the referees. Okay. Sorry. Of course, the referees. Okay, you put your current workplace at that time, and then academic. Okay, university. For example, your academic advisor, and your previous workplace, industrial attachment or supervisor. Okay, minimum of 2, maximum I think 3 is enough. Okay, and you must make sure that you let them know. Don't randomly put their names without they informing them. It's not good. And make sure this is somebody that can describe about you, not somebody don't really know you, or even worse, don't put your enemy, of course. Okay, they will tell bad about you. Okay. So now we go for the next, which is the interview. Okay, so what is the job interview? How to get yourself employed, do's and don'ts. Okay, I want to speed up so that I will cover the most important part. Okay, so job interview is actually two-way communication. Okay, when you go to interview, it's not the interview asks, you answer. No, you can ask them. In fact, you can ask them a lot more. So I always practice this in my interview where I ask a lot. Not ask a lot for the sake of asking, but I'm asking because out of curiosity and excited to know more about them. Okay. So, and when I go to interview, frankly speaking, I don't really nervous. It's just like I'm going to meet somebody to speak. Okay. When you practice like this, you'll be more natural and you will calm. You're more calmer and you will not sometimes if you nervous too much, you become the bad version of you. Okay, where actually you can be better. Okay, because my interview can, in my experience, last as little as 1 hour and up to 3 hours. Okay, but that nothing different because that 3 hours when they interview me that morning and in the evening they say they want to take me. Of course, the black and white come after. Okay, so just be yourself. Okay, so interview I went for 1 hour 3 hours, just like act like normal. Okay, so before the interview you need to study about the company. Okay, about the company as much as possible. Okay, even if you're able to know the bosses if possible. Let's say if you have the colleague there, because you need to know who that you will be communicating with or dealing with. Okay, so if the vacancy not really suits you in terms of the field, be prepared to prove your work to them. Okay, be prepared. Maybe the job is about mechanical, but you are engineering, but they still call you. You need to prove to them that you are up for the job. Okay, prepare that because they might be asking, and then you need to confirm the interview session few days. Okay, few days before your proposed session. Okay, this is also indirect reminder to the bosses. And also, you may need to know if there is additional requirement or the mode of interview. You need to make sure the mode of interview. Okay, prepare the document in orderly manner. Okay, specific arrangement may be needed following the company requirement. When the company send you the letter of invitation, sometimes they put in order. You need to follow that order, not your order. Okay, because it shows that also to show that whether you are following the instruction or you are not. Okay, this is some soft skill that they can see. Okay, don't be so obvious you are desperately looking for job. Okay, for example, when they call you, HR normally call you, then actually when they call you, then you blur because you just randomly apply 100 jobs. Okay, so in the end you are forgotten, so it's not really good. Okay, so don't be so obvious. Okay, I know everyone is looking for job. Sometimes we can apply many. Okay, then we forget in the end. Okay, make sure your handphone and laptop is fully charged for the phone interview. Okay, if you have phone interview or laptop interview, even if you have a physical interview, make sure it is charged because sometimes they can ask evidence, okay, of your project or whatever that you did. They want to see that, so you need to able to show to them. So that source maybe in your phone or in your laptop. Okay, make sure you have ensure and confident that you have stable internet connection and well environment. This is for online interview. Okay, make sure there is no noise. Prepare your question that you're eager to get answer from the employee. Do not question just for the sake of asking. Okay, prepare question. For example, what is the expectation of my day-to-day job? What is the requirement? Okay, is this and that, something like that. Okay, don't ask just for the sake of asking. In the end, you ask silly question. Okay, remember the name of the interview. The more detail you remember, the better. Okay, so I always remember the name of the interviewer that will interview me. Okay, so they feel appreciated because you remember them. Okay, don't just remember their first name. It's good if you can even remember their last name as well. Okay, your slide. Okay, in case they want you to interview with presentation. Okay, for example, last time I went interview for research engineer. Okay, they asked me to present about the research. Okay, so I just present and make sure your slide should be short and sweet. Okay, and don't add things that you didn't expect on, because if they ask you about things that you didn't know, then you're in trouble. You just make it as little as possible, but you explain in your own words more. Okay, then they will feel like, oh, this guy know more. Okay, if you put something that you didn't know, then you get unexpected question. That will just goes your chance. Okay, maybe they will see you're portraying the bad image of you. I mean, yes, because you didn't know, but you still want to present it. Okay, so slide prepare well and to show what you got. Okay, all the achievement. Okay, you can put how much you achieved. Okay, in the slide. Okay, slide is also another resume of you, so skill will be spotted on. They will see how you present. Okay, how you makes people understand. Okay, good presentation is that you able to make layman understand what you are doing. Okay, so during interview, of course, proper attire. Don't be too flashy. Okay, you just wear something like this, for example. Don't need to wear so fancy until like you look like the boss and the employer look like the interviewee. I think people understand, right? Just be moderate in appearance. Don't need to show very flashy. Okay, don't be punctual. Be earlier. If they say to you 15 minutes, you need to be 30 minutes earlier. It's good impression to them. Okay, because it's showing that how much you're excited to work with them. Okay, and then if you come earlier and if something happen, error, okay, you forget something, you still have the time to go back to get them. Okay, don't forget your documents. Okay, be humorous in the be humorous. Sometimes it's okay. Don't be a robot. Okay, so you need to enjoy the session. Okay, the interview, when they call you, they actually wanted to know you. Okay, don't be scared. Okay, just enjoy. For me, I just enjoy. It's just like another talk with friends. Okay, they wanted to call you. They call you for the interview because they're interested of you. Okay, so be comfortable, be uniquely you. Okay, don't use answer from Google provided to you and you answer to them using that Google answer. Okay, then you are the same like other applicants, like a clone. Okay, you need to answer in your own way. Okay, be humorous, don't be a robot. Okay, slide well prepared, less wording. You should speak more than reading. I think this is logic. Okay, so during interview, show your great interest. Ask a lot of questions. Okay, showing that but not stupid one, because this will show your lack of knowledge or no proper study. Okay, for example, you ask the company what product are you producing. Why you ask such question? Because it can be seen from their website. Okay, so get to know detail, express your gratitude. When you need to show that how much you are grateful that they call you, even though maybe you are not chosen, no problem. Okay, after interview, okay, after interview you need to follow up with the companies. Okay, 1 week. Okay, after choose your days. Okay, be smart on the day for following up. Normally it's Tuesday and Thursday. Okay, normally we in the workplace, if you ask us about Monday is usually people are just come back from weekend and they are busy and they have meeting anything. Okay, so email and phone call depends on each situation. Okay, You can email them or you can do a phone call. Okay. If you get rejection email, okay, do not be negative. Okay, express your thankfulness for given the chance for the interview and open for any opportunity in future. Okay, when you speak like when you respond like this, they will have a like positive impression towards you, and maybe they actually are looking for to hire you for different position. Okay, so you need to respond to them when they say sorry, you are not we cannot you are not offered for this job. Don't just sit there and not respond to the email. You need to respond to the email. Okay. Okay, additional okay, bonus question. For example, if they ask you bonus question, why should we hire you? Okay, what should we hire you? I think most this is a question that like to be asked by the employer. Okay, and of course, if you follow Google or online answer, you will answer most likely something like, "Oh, I can prove my worth to you. I can be asset to your company. I can be like this. I can." I don't give that kind of answer when they ask me. Okay, because if you give this kind of answer, many applicants most likely will also give this kind of answer. And also this answer for me, okay, for me, this is based on for me. For me, it's not really genuine. Okay, because you don't know you are up for the job or not. Okay, if one of them asked, I get this kind of question also. I said to them, okay, I said to them in the directly, I said I can give you answer like what Google provide, but do you able to trust this kind of answer? I tell them. And I also didn't know if I up for the job or not. You have to hire me. You have to hire me and see what I can do. And then I said to them, I don't know how to sugarcoat things, to speak sweet things. Okay, I only can do. I mean, I just do work. So you need to hire me. Only then you can see. Okay. Otherwise, you are expecting answer from Google. Okay. Then after that, I get the job. Of course, I do the other interview session or question properly. Okay. But my tips here is that most of the interview I don't really follow online. Okay. I be unique. Okay. Be uniquely you. Okay. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raimi Dewan, for the insightful, interesting talk. So I believe we can have one or two questions from the viewers. Can Dr. Raimi?
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so the technical team already selected a few questions from the chat box. So the first question is, what is the difference between the resume and CV?
Okay, resume and CV. Resume is the shorter. Okay, simple thing is resume is a shorter version, and CV is the complete detail about your life. Okay, whatever your education, okay, whatever curriculum is the complete version. Normally, people, if the industry, okay, I speak just from my experience. They normally interested in resume. Okay, unless they really wanted your CV, then you can provide your CV. Sometimes they miss they sometimes also confused just like you. Okay, sometimes they told you CV, but it's actually they want resume. Okay, because resume is shorter version. And if you can clarify with them, is it the longer version or the shorter version? Okay, because I see this resume and CV is always misused the term. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so for the last question, I hope that answered the question just now. So for the last question, is it recommended to include our CGPA or marks in the resume, or only putting our education background is sufficient?
Okay, so one of my friend, okay, I share my experience. Okay, it is good to put CGPA as it is. Okay, it's good to put CGPA because actually like this, when the company receive your resume, they have filtering criteria. Okay, maybe 3.0 for example. Okay, if you don't provide resume, your resume is either being thrown away, or they will call you, and then you have false hope that you be hired, you be called for interview. But when you give them the revised version, for example, your resume with 2.8, in the end they don't call you. So it's better just be honest, just state the CGPA. Okay. For me, I don't put here because no, this is a lecturer's version. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Raimi Dewan. I think that is the last question. Thank you again for Dr. Raimi Dewan for answering the question. So before we begin to our next topic related to IEEE job site, build your resume and create job match, let us take a short break for 10 minutes. On this break, we'll be having a Kahoot session 2 led by Puan Mardia. So again, all the registered participants can join the Kahoot session. For your information, there will be exciting prizes for top 3 winners. Hope you guys will enjoy this session. So again, let's play a Kahoot game. So you guys can enter the game pin as displayed in the screen right now. And we will wait around 3 minutes and we will start our game before we start our next agenda. Already 5, 7, 6. Okay, waiting around 2 minutes. Well, I can see a few familiar names based on the first session. So we will wait around 1 minute left. Please make sure that you enter the game pin to enjoy the game Kahoot session that will be start at 30 seconds left. Reaching 80. Okay, I believe Puan Madia, we can start our Kahoot session 2 right now. So for the second session, the first question. What does YP in IEEE YP stand for? Ten seconds left. The answer is young professional. 61 got it correct. So let's see the scoreboard who ranked the first, second, and third place. Oh, I believe my screen is quite lag. Okay, so the first place goes to Ashwak, Chekwan, and Afifi Ropandi. Moving on to the next question. Second question. Who was the keynote speaker for today's event? The keynote speaker for today's event. Five seconds left. The answer is Dr. Savitya Sivakumar. Wow, majority got it wrong. Okay, so let's see the scoreboard. So the first place, Maintaining Ashwak, followed by Jong Ziken and Muhammad Nakib. So move on to the next question, the third question. Who is the current chair of IEEE Young Professional Malaysia? Quite tough question, I believe. But we already introduced the person during our talk. So I believe it depends on all the person. The answer is Dr. Harun Rashid. So good. So let's see the scoreboard. So the first place goes to Ashwak, followed by Chong Ziken, and third place goes to Hakim. Okay, moving on to the second last question, I believe. Yeah, second last question. These are particulars needed to be included in your CV and resume, except which one? Is not to be included in our CV and resume. Five seconds left. And the end. So the answer is favorite food. Wow, majority got it correct. All right, so let's see the leaderboard, the scoreboard. So the first place goes to Ashwak. Second place goes to Chong Ziken and Shaista Parvin at the third place. Moving on to the last question for this Kahoot session. For information, the last question will be the end of Kahoot session. Which of the following is appropriate person to speak about applicant professionally? I'm so sorry for my... An applicant professionally. So 5 seconds left. Okay, so a reference. Okay, so let's see the scoreboard right now because we're already at the end of our Kahoot session. So the third place goes to Mahasniza. And the second place goes to Muhammad Arif Hisham. And the first place goes to Ashwa. Congratulations to all the winners. Please take note that by 5 p.m. to all the winners, to all the top 3 winners, please send your full name and contact number to mardiamj@ieee.org. So we already put the email on the screen and you can take the email and forward your full name and contact number. Okay, so I believe we already finished our Kahoot session and our break. So we can start our next session for the career workshop, which specifies on IEEE job site, build your resume and get job match. The speaker for this talk will be given by Dr. Nadia Hussaini Zainul Abidin. Dr. Nadia Hussaini Zainul Abidin is currently a physics lecturer in University Putra, Malaysia. Dr. Nadia has been with IEEE since 2015 and is currently the Vice Chair of IEEE Young Professionals Malaysia. She is also an Executive Committee of IEEE Photonics Malaysia and is an advisor for the Optical Society Student Chapter in University Putra, Malaysia. Her research interests include material engineering for laser application. Therefore, I would like to invite Dr. Nadia. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Afiq, for the wonderful introduction. I am Dr. Nadia from Malaysia. Hi to everyone who is from Malaysia, from outside of Malaysia, especially from Region 10. Welcome to this career workshop. So today, I will be talking about IEEE job site. This is fairly new website hosted by IEEE. So I'm going to share my screen now. I don't have any introduction about myself, but you'll get to know me as we go along. Okay, so let me share. Share screen, okay. Okay, so I believe we can see the screen now. Okay, so what is IEEE job site basically? So it's an employment website similar to, for Malaysians, we use JobStreet. I believe JobStreet caters for Southeast region. So that it's a type of employment website whereby you can upload your resume or you can put up some information about yourself, and employers from various companies can go to the website and look at your CV if you put in your CV there or your resume. What's interesting about IEEE job site is that it specifically caters to, oh, forgot to share my slide, sorry. Is it sharing now? Okay, yeah. So it specifically caters to jobs that is related to STEM, right? For example, software engineering, or a researcher for an R&D company, or electrical engineers, renewable energy engineers, and so on. So it's specifically focused on STEM related jobs from companies or universities. With that said, the jobs from universities would be like lecturers, like research officers, STEM educators, and so on. Right? So this is the link. The link is jobs.ieee.org. You can go to the website now as I'm talking here, or you can stay with me with my slide. Basically, I will guide you through the website later. And then it is free and open to public use, which is amazing. Really, you don't have to pay anything. You don't have to be subscribed as a member. Actually, you can use it just simply with an email. All right. But if you want to go for like advanced features such as IEEE Mentor Center, IEEE USA Salary Calculator, or IEEE Collaboratech, which I will not cover in this talk, then you will need to sign up as a member of IEEE. Okay, so with that said, how do we sign up as an IEEE member, right? So let me go to my next slide. No, not next slide. I want to show this slide. Okay, so you can sign up for free to use IEEE job site. Please bear with me on this one first, or you can sign up as an IEEE member. So we have reduced membership fees for members in developing countries. You can look at this link. I'll share the slides with you later. You can look at this link if your country is listed as a developing country, and you will be given a choice of signing up as an electronic membership. So electronic membership, I believe it's around 50 to 60 USD, which is fairly cheaper than the regular membership. If you are a graduate member, then it will be, I believe, 10 USD. I'm not sure, but it's very, very cheap for graduate students. So if you are a graduate student, please do not miss this chance to sign up as an IEEE member, because I started as a graduate student and I could afford it, and I built my network when I was a postgrad. So please use this opportunity to get yourself out there, make people recognize you, collaborate with everyone that you know, and just build your network from there. Okay, so let me go back to the next slide I'm supposed to go. Okay, so from here, I want to guide you on how to use IEEE job site. I'm just babbling about what it is, but we need to know how to use it, right? So if you go to the website, this is just like an overview. If you go to the website, you will be able to browse for categories. Okay, for example, we have aerospace and electronic systems, we have circuits and systems, and we have communications, computer engineering, so on and so forth. These are all STEM related. And then you can also browse for job titles. For example, we have a design engineer here, we have a software developer here, and also systems engineer. And then you can also select based on the country that you are interested in. For example, we have here Canada, India, Hungary, Germany, China, and so on, right? We don't have Malaysia here, but that's okay. If you want to go for overseas experience, this is the place to go. And then they narrowed it down to states for especially
I'm
for
so
US.
sorry, Dr. Yep. Can you please put your screen in full screen, your slides, because some viewers cannot see clearly.
It's not in full screen. Oh, okay. I think because it's small. Good job, eh?
Ah, yes.
Okay, let me go to the site then. So let me end the show. Okay, good job. I'm speaking Malay. I'm so sorry. I forgot. Okay, IEEE job site. Okay, let me bring this up. Okay, is this much better?
Yeah. Much
Okay,
better.
great. Okay, so I was trying to give an overview, right? So I just wanted to give like the whole screen as it is. So I divided it into two. So that's why it was small. But never mind. Let's go back. Let's start from the beginning. So if I go to the website, it's jobs.ieee.org. It's free, right? You just have to go to the website and you can. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 tabs here. You can click on the Find Job. This is for IEEE members. Career News and Advice is like a newsletter. And then you have newsletter sign up if you want to be emailed about the newsletter. And then for job seekers, which is what we are here for. And then we have for employers, which we are not concerned about because we are here to find jobs, right? So for job seekers, you can sign in or you can just do a quick search or an advanced search. Let's go for the quick search first, right? Oops. Okay. So I'm going to press that. Okay. So at first glance that you can see who is hiring. This is what they are featuring. This is not all of the jobs listed. This is just like a feature page. So don't worry if you don't see what you like. So who is hiring? Apple Incorporation is hiring an archivist, software engineer, social media. No, I don't know what this is. SOC. I don't know what that is. And then Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, Amgen Incorporate, Inc., ProMac, Integrate. You get the idea. So basically, they are featuring the companies, like the top companies that have a lot of jobs opening. Okay, so that is when you click on quick search. If you go down to the website, you can see latest jobs post. So these are like new posts that just came into the website. For example, senior undersea systems researcher. It depends on when the company uploads. If it's the latest one, they will show it here. So this is what you get if you browse, if you go down to the website. And then the last part, I believe, is browse categories. You can click on the categories that you like. For example, I am doing, it's not here. So let me choose information technology. Let's just see what it is. Okay, so by this category, I will see that there is an opening as a professor, associate professor, assistant, and a deputy assistant director. It's very like high-end jobs, right? So what if you're a graduate student and you want to find like an entry level, right? So this is where we use the advanced search. So let's go for that, advanced search. Because we're not ready to become directors yet, right? So we start from the entry level first. So you can put in what you want. For example, I want to be a senior engineer. I'm looking for a senior engineer position. So this is my keyword that I'm looking for. And I want to go to China, let's say, right? China and maybe 150 miles. And then I am interested to do computer engineering. And sort by relevance. You can sort by newest, featured, most popular, or I would recommend for relevance. And then jobs posted within all, today, last week, last month. Let's just go for all because it broadens the scope, and then click on search. So there's no position opening in China. So with the quick search, it gives you like a broad perspective of what jobs are available. But with the advanced search, you really have to play with the keywords. So this is where you really need to tailor your resume that you upload here later so that it can match you to your resume. So we will talk more on that. So stay tuned. Okay, so now that I could not find a job as a computer engineer in China with a position of senior engineer, I want to, okay, how do I get matched here, right? So I want to create a resume so that I can find more relevant jobs to my credentials. So here you can sign into your account. What did I do just now? I clicked on create resume. This is here, create resume, and then it says sign into your account or you can sign up. Okay, so I'm going to sign in. This is not my IEEE member account. This is like a what do you call this? A general account that I have. For example, this is not my IEEE. So this is I signed up just now, like 5 minutes ago. So sign in. What happened just now? Okay, so I'm going to log in because I already signed up. This is not my IEEE, so you can still do that using your regular email. Okay, so I am immediately brought to the resume part. So upload your resume, build your resume, or copy and paste your resume. So I'm going to try and use the copy and paste feature of this web. So I'm going to copy and paste from the slide that I have just now, which is my mock-up CV, mock-up resume. Okay, so this is my contact information. I have my name here. I have my phone number here. I have my address, my job address, my current work address. And then I have my work history here, which is an RF engineer. And then the position, the company, where it is at, when I worked with the company, and then same thing for other work of other jobs. I was an academic trainee in UPM from September 2013 to 2017, senior lecturer, and then my education history. I used to learn, I got my bachelor's degree in Vanderbilt University, Nashville, Tennessee, USA, and then I did my PhD in UPM. So you have to have all of this information. And then your personal statement. This is what we learned from Dr. Raimi Diwan's session just now, right? So you have to have your own personal statement. I copied his statement because I don't have mine, because this is a mock-up CV, right? And then I listed down my volunteer work if you want to, if you have any. And then my technical skills, this is the mock-up technical skills, Python, MATLAB, Java, whatever that you know, put it there, your technical skills. And then languages, English, Mandarin, Hindi. So I prepared like a brief resume here for me to copy and then paste in the job site. So let me do that now. So copy. So these are like basic information, right? So I'm just going to copy that. And then I have my personal statement and volunteer work, technical skills, and languages. Okay, so, but if you want like an enhanced CV, please follow Dr. Raimi Diwan's tips. This is just an example. Okay, so I pasted this in the box, so I'm going to click continue. So what will happen to this copy and paste thingy? Let's see. Okay, so with the copy and paste function, they managed to extract, what did they extract? They managed to extract that I am a senior lecturer and my work history is Nadia and I am an RF engineer, which is correct, academic trainee. Okay, and then education history, they got it right. Skills, they got it right. Languages, they missed out on my Mandarin and also on Hindi. So you can edit it. You can add more information about this. Oops, sorry. You can add. So save language. I'm supposed to click on add language if you have more language that you know. So add language. So the function where you copy and paste your CV is not perfect. If you upload your CV, the same thing will happen. It's not perfect. So when you, after they have parsed your information into this form, you should double check, always double check if the information in the website is correct. So for example, my name is listed as the work history. So that is wrong. So you need to edit that. Okay, so we are the smart people behind the technology. So we need to use our brains. Okay, so I'm going to delete this, supposed to delete this. But I'm going to do that later. Okay, I'm just going to save that first. Okay, so my name is missing. Where is my name? Resume name. So this is where I'm supposed to write my name. My first name is, let's just put it there. Whoops, this is like XXX. Save contact information. Okay, so now my name is Nadia Hussaini Zainul Abidin. I'm a senior lecturer, Bandar Baru Bangi, Selangor, Malaysia. And contact information, XXX, that's my address, and my primary phone number, and my email. So this looks correct, except for the XXX. Summary, they managed to get the personal statement that I put in with the heading personal statement. So they put in the summary. I am an engineer with over 9 years in R&D and industries. I'm looking forward to flourishing my expertise and widen my knowledge in academics, research, and industries. Sorry, Dr. Raimi, I hope you don't sue me for copying your personal statement. And then my work history looks okay. And then my education looks okay. Here, they did not give you the option to put your GPA, your CGPA. So what you can do is, this is just like the basic resume. What you can do is when they call you for the interview, you give them your exact CV and also your resume. If they ask for the resume, you give your resume. If they want your CV, the detailed version of your resume, you give that CV to them. Okay, so this is just for the website purpose. Okay, and then save and continue. Okay, so far it looks easy, right? So you have required fields that need your attention. So job title is required. So okay, I'm just gonna say I'm a tutor to my cat. Okay, so please don't do that. This is just an example. Okay, because they want that information. Okay, so save preferences. Okay, so now thank you for completing your resume. What is next? Find jobs based on your resume. Click on that. Okay, so since I put in my work history as RF engineer, and I also put in, I have an engineering bachelor's, right? So they are listing down engineering positions, engineer positions. Okay, so for example, we have microelectronics here, and then an RF, because this was what I uploaded as my work history, right? They try to match it to what you uploaded just now. And then we have engineer prototype and fabrication, which is quite relevant to what I'm doing. And then it's detailed, but it's not that detailed. So what can we do with this? So I can, for example, I can click here. I want to find a position for a software senior engineer software developer. Let's see what it gives us. Okay. So it gives me a senior engineer position, and there's this word, highlighted word, which is related to the keyword that I put in the search box, which is software. Okay. So what you did just now is when you uploaded the resume, you created a filter for yourself. You created a filter, so you will only be listed with engineering positions, engineering jobs, right? And then when you put in another search here, senior engineer software developer, you are creating another filter, the second filter. So this is like a narrowed version, like a narrower version from the first one, right? Okay, so that is how you use the search for jobs. And then you can also create job alert. So let's go for that. So I put in the keyword senior engineer software developer. So I want to be alerted for any jobs that is related to this keyword. So send alert to my email. And I can also, sounds good, I can also tell them, please make this alert daily, weekly, monthly. Let's see, where is it? My saved alert. So the alert frequency is daily. I don't want to be bothered every day about it. So I'm going to edit that. I want to be alerted about new openings as senior engineer software developer weekly. Okay. I'm looking for jobs, but I still have my current job, so I don't want to be getting like notifications all the time, right? So I'm just going to look at this during the weekend. So, okay, I'm going to make this alert weekly, right? And then my recent searches is also listed here. Previously, I searched for senior engineer, software developer, and then job title senior engineer, 2 jobs at Aalto University. I also searched about control system jobs. If you don't like what is listed here because you don't want the employers to know what you're looking for, you can clear recent searches, okay, and create a new search for yourself. But your save alert is still there. It would not, if you clear up what you searched previously, it would not, how do I say this? It would not like mess up with your save alerts, all right? Okay, so that was using copy and pasting, making your resume. That was what we did just now. And then using that resume to find jobs related. And then from there, we created another filter to narrow down our search. So what we have done is we have searched for jobs, we have browsed, we have also created a resume. We have not looked into the company directory yet, so we will be doing that now. So I'm going to press that. Okay, but before that, I need to look if I have any questions. Am I beyond the time? Do I still have time, Afiq? Okay, Afiq is not there. Okay, so here
Yes, doctor.
How many minutes left?
Around 10 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes. Oh, okay. I have a lot of time. Okay, so I clicked on the company directory, right? So here they list out according to the alphabet. So let's see, I want to search for what is a famous company that we all know, Samsung, right? So Samsung, let's see, S. So let's see, I want a job at Samsung company, but I don't want to be limited to my country. I want it like global openings, right? So I'm going to click on Samsung SDI, Electromechanics, Samsung Austin Semiconductor. I think this is in USA. So these are the three options if I'm looking for Samsung. So I'm going to click on Samsung Electromechanics. Let's see where that brings us. Okay. So there is no current job openings at Samsung Electromechanics. So here, what you can do with this company directory is you can specifically choose based on the company that you're interested in and see if there are any openings, right? Sometimes they don't list it at like regular employment websites, but they list it here because they have connections to IEEE. So that is an advantage that is an advantage if you use the website. So, because some companies tend to lean towards IEEE, some companies, okay, but not all. Okay, so let's see, another example. Let's go for, do we have Huawei? Let's see, Huawei, H.
I'm sorry, Dr. Nadia, your time actually already finished. I just realized it.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, last one, okay?
All right,
and
sure.
then we'll wrap it up. Okay, so Huawei, let's see if we have it here. Huawei, it's an international company, right? So we should have it here, unless they don't affiliate with IEEE. So it's not here, which means that certain companies, they have connections to IEEE and some companies don't. So it can be a pro and it can be a con to using this website, but it gives you extra alternatives, right? It gives you alternatives to other employment websites. So I hope that was helpful. Please try it yourself, and I hope it works out for you. All the best. Okay, back to you, Afiq.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nadia, for demonstrating the use of IEEE job site. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have come to our last event for the career workshop. As we all know, social media platforms such as LinkedIn portrays our image for the outsiders. For this event, we will learn on how to market ourselves on social media platform and on LinkedIn. The speaker for this event will be Mr. Usama Rashid. Mr. Usama Rashid is a young Pakistani entrepreneur. He is the founder and editor-in-chief of CEO Time, one of the prominent online media company empowering businesses and startups of Pakistan. Mr. Usama's innate business sense has driven him along several entrepreneurial paths. He has actively led a number of digital startups in the past 4 years. Mr. Usama believes in growth hacking, and he holds a strong marketing background with the expertise in branding, advertising, and marketing automation. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Usama Rashid to deliver his presentation. Mr. Usama, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you. I'm so glad to see a lot of audience over here. And just a second. Is my screen visible? Is my screen visible to you? All right. So Hello everyone once again, and I'm so glad to be part of it. Thanks for an introduction. So I'm basically a marketer with a formal background in business administration, and I do more or less stuff related to marketing, branding, whether it's about brand management or advertising, etc. So today, it's a session which is about market your skills. It's unlike like how you market your brands. So moving ahead, just a little bit of formal kind of a jargons or a definition. So self-marketing helps individuals improve their image and reputation to advance their careers. So market your skills can also be known as branding yourself. And then these are some of the platforms to build your personal brand. And today we'll be diving into, some of the main platforms that we can use. So first of all, we have Facebook, then we have LinkedIn, Behance, Medium, it's Blogger, it's Quora, it's Instagram, and it's aboutme.com. So I would like, so first of all, I would like to tell you about me. Right, so basically, this is an alternate to your, free website. Like you don't need to have a website, you don't need to have a hosting, you don't need to have anything. You just have to create an account, put some information, and it will be good to go. I can even show you a. All right, so this is how a very basic profile looks like. So here's your name, your designation, and this is your education experience where you get in, and this is a short bio, and here you can write about your profiles. You can connect with them so that people can contact you. But since that's not the major part of where we're about to discuss, we have a Facebook. Facebook has started getting applications as well. We can have some job applications. Then we have Instagram, which is specifically for creators. I mean, if we have some people that are related to design, graphic designing, etc. Then we have this medium.com. If you're familiar with this medium, it's good to go if you want to show your writing skills. So this is another platform where you can have a blog for free, so you don't need to have a website. Uh, I think if I can just show you an article how it looks like. So yeah, that is how it's a very simple, sleek UI where you can promote yourself. It has a pretty much good reach. You can get a lot of followers and people can contact you. Then we have a blogger. Everyone knows about the blogger as well. You can just create your own profile. It's like medium.com, but it's a bit of need a little bit of technical knowledge. Then we have Quora. Quora is basically very important if you are into some sort of a technical side. You can just answer what people are asking you, and as a return, you'll get popular on that. You'll have followers. You'll have more questions answered, and you'll get noticed in the community. Then we have Behance. Behance is for content creators. Uh, you can replace that with Instagram as well, but Behance is like a proper professional where you can spend your portfolio. But since we're not gonna deep dive into all these, there are some of the platforms you can consider. But here's an all-rounder platform which we can consider. It's LinkedIn. So today we'll be getting into LinkedIn. We'll see how we can create opportunities. Even the tagline says connect to opportunities. So first of all, first things first. So we need to see things to get started on LinkedIn. So there are the three main things that you need to do. If you have an account on LinkedIn or not, that's fine. You can create one. It will be quite an easy to start your network with this one. First of all, you'll have to optimize your profile. So what does it mean to optimize your profile? It means you add some curated keywords. You optimize your headline, summary, and work experience. We'll get to see that on an account as well, how it looks to an account that is professional. So then we see the target audience and then we build the network. So let's see how we can relate that to an example. So I'm gonna open a account for reference so that you people can have an idea. So here I've opened an account of he's a serial entrepreneur and an investor. So this is how your LinkedIn profile looks like. I hope most of you would be familiar, assuming the audience we have. So here he's basically an influencer, so he's got that blue badge as well. So that this is how your name, this is how your headline, this is how your summary looks like in a nutshell. So when I said optimizing your content, add curated words, optimize content in headline, summary, and work experience. This means that you have to present what you're basically doing. So since he is a serial entrepreneur, so he has just mentioned that, so that when we just visited, we had a first look at it. We were able to understand that he's a serial entrepreneur, he's a philanthropist, and he's a former dragon. If you're familiar with the popular British show Dragon's Den. So moving towards his summary. So you see, he has a very decent summary that explains everything. So he says for speaking opportunities, visit jameskhan.com. So he has a website. He's redirecting everyone. You can have an email ID, I suppose, at this stage. Where you can let everyone know about your email ID. You can have it in about section as well, and there would be a contact section as well. So here you'll have a short summary. You can keep it even more short since you don't have that much portfolio. And then coming towards the experience part. So you'll be mentioning your designations, your companies, your experience, your time period, whether you're currently employed anywhere or not, and then a short intro where you can tell about your responsibilities, your achievements, or since like he is the chairman, so he has mentioned about seed investment capital company. He has said they invest in small startup businesses, and he has written that James Khan has an unparalleled track record in recruitment startups. So you just have to be precise so that you'll get to know if you're visiting a profile as a third person that what or he is. So similarly, there is an education section. He hasn't felt that since he hasn't received much of the formal education, but you can just fill that education part on same note as well. Then there are some of the important things. There are skills and endorsement. This is very much important to get highlighted and noticed in the whole LinkedIn community. So if I just, I assume you already had few sessions, so you'll understand that you can have some soft skills and some technical skills as well, and that you have to put in over here. So this is like business development, private activity. These are some technical hardcore skills that he has mentioned, account management, marketing. Then he lacks some of the soft skills that you can mention. I think you can also do one thing just to get noticed and optimize it better. You can simply go to Google and you can just check it over here. So here you can see this is showing uh, so here you can see the top 5 soft skills that have been on LinkedIn in 2020. So you can consider using them because when recruiters get onto LinkedIn, they probably set some filters and they're going to be having these like creativity, persuasion, collaboration, adaptability. And then there are some hard skills as well, some popular one, but it really doesn't matter. It depends on what your industry is. Okay, and then moving ahead, this is another important part, but it will take some time for you to build up, which is recommendation. So on LinkedIn, it's a two-way platform. You recommend people, and they will recommend you in response. So here, this guy has recommended around 28 people. So he has written, when I heard about what Tabit Hamid had been up since I last worked with him 25 years before, I knew my search for CEO. So he just mentioned his experience about him, and he has recommended him. And as a result, he has around six recommendations. So this is basically a social proofing. Uh, it could be fake as well in some situations, but it really doesn't matter. It's social proofing. So here you can see that James Khan is one of an excellent professional. So it gives a picture, it gives an idea that what that person is and good and bad about him. Obviously, you will be keeping some good things, and there are options. You can keep some recommendations, or you can let go of some recommendations as well. Then there's the accomplishments part. Here you can write if you have any publications, like he has mentioned. He has written a book, Start Your Business in 7 Days. He has mentioned the date, where he did it, and he has written a short intro, and he has connected it with his publication. So this is quite good for you to promote your publications as well. Like if we just get into this, so so here he has connected his book. Similarly, you can do that as well to any of the link you have. Then you can write some organizations. This is basically the custom field. You can even write your volunteer experience. You can mention things like uh, some awards you have achieved, like if you attended some competition, some hackathons, etc., and you just won something, you can just brag about here. I mean, it's fine. You can just have a short intro over here, and it will give you a picture. So basically, these are the things. I mean, there are no foolproof things to claim that what would be better. It just has to be according to how you can optimize yourself. I mean, you really have to explain yourself that how and where you stand. So another important thing is, which we'll see in detail as well, but just to give a glimpse, here he has some featured things over here. So this is basically when someone visits, he can see some featured items. So you can feature your post, some really trending post you have written, and you can just highlight your books, publications, or maybe CV. Like this is his bio. So if we just open it up, so we see that mostly people put a CV over here. So if you have a well crafted CV, you can just put it over here and it will be highlighted. So at a first go, people will be able to see that. So that's a bit about moving ahead. Then we have a fine target audience. So basically, now we have optimized our profile. We're good to go in eyes of the people, and now we'll be moving, promoting ourselves. So the first thing is to do find the target audience. So you have to see what kind of industry you have. So if there is an engineer, he's probably gonna be into engineering industry, and he can be even more specific. Either it's mechanical, electrical. So if it's an IT professional, so if it's about an IT professional, then he can be like a developer, maybe some network security guy, some cyber security guy, or whatever it is. So we'll have to build a network. So let me give an example. Like if there is a mechanical engineer. So if I just search mechanical engineer, there are like a lot of people. We need to understand that how we'll be using this tool to find out the people, because this is basically a target audience. We'll have to get leads out of here. So first of all, this is the part, this is the connection. We need to understand what this means. This means first connection, second connection, third connection. So you have seen the mutual friends thing on Facebook, you know what mutual friends are. So if you know someone and he knows someone as well, but you're connected with only that one friend only that you know. So this is basically the first connections. So if I just do that, these are the people that are actually on my connection list. So I have all these 129 people that are on my connection. If I go to second, This is basically those 129 people that are connected with these people. So it will give me around, it is giving me around 42,000 results, which is quite a big. So we have to narrow it down further as well. Similarly, there is third connections as well, the third circle, but I would not recommend it. Really doesn't work better if you until you don't have a LinkedIn Premium. Like it's just it restricts some of your options to connect, follow, or message people. So here you have a this dialog box location. So we'll be filtering out further to the people we can connect, some of the potential leads or clients, or you can say some networking sort of a thing. So if I do that, United States. All right, so I have filtered the people and now we have around 2400 results. So this is like a good figure to go to connect with people. So there is another thing. I can just get some more filters. Like I can even have some companies. So I can just filter it out with Accenture and I got 5 results. So if you are looking to connect with like-minded people, like we have managing director over here at Accenture, so we have got around 5 results and we have got it filtered quite well. Then we can also do some other things. So if I just take that Accenture out, we can have some past companies. There was a current company. We can have some schools. We can, if you are trying to find out some old alumni you came across once, but you were unable to connect, so you can just search him or her and get him. Then we have an industry over here. All right, so this is important. When you have written that keyword, some people might not be optimized. Like we assume that people should be optimized. I mean, we are doing that. Uh, we are talking about this that people should be, optimizing their profile. But if they haven't, then they will probably be uh, getting with this industry results. So now we have 176 results, those people that are into information technology and services. So if I just make it a little bit different into maybe oil and energy would give me better results. All right, so I got 180 results, people that are into oil and energy industry, and those people that meet my criteria of mechanical engineer. So, I mean, we can even write even more keywords over here. First name, last name, title, company, school, uh, if we are unable to find that on LinkedIn. And then we can even have the profile languages. Yeah, I mean, that's good to go. So we have around 178 results and we can connect with people. So we'll just have to see which people really, interest us, where we probably see a potential connection or a lead. So that is how basically you find your target audience and you just go straight into them. So we have seen how we can use the search tool to find potential leads in our industry, and we'll probably be connecting them and engaging them. Then there's the part build your network. So when we have used that search tool, which is quite amazing. I mean, it's far, far better than Facebook. It's quite hard to find people on Facebook these days. So we're gonna be just building our network. So here's the tip: you need to connect and follow the people you have find in your target audience. So you're more probably like to accept those connections if you are related to their field. So if like you are related to some data science field and you are connecting with some a creative designer, you might not end up getting a rejection from your connection request. So when you're networking, it's more likely considered that you connect with people that you know, and if you want to expand your network, you connect with the people that are just part of your industry. So there is called as 500 plus connections level. This is called as the magical connection level. I will tell you what does that mean. This basically means that you need to have 500 connections. The reason why you need to have 500 connections is that it gives a very good social proofing. It gives a very uh, what do we call that? It gives you a very strong following. Like if you have 3 connections, 100 connections, 200 connections, it will show that over here and it will say that you might are not active on your profile, you might not be getting good uh, engagement there. But if you just get that 500 connections, so you'll get that. One second.
Mr. Usama, I'm sorry to interrupt. Your time is almost to the end.
Yeah, I'm just wrapping it up.
All right. So I believe there is one question. Can I
Okay.
proceed with the question?
Yeah. Yeah.
So there
Yeah.
is
Or maybe. Okay.
so there is one question by Nur Laili where she
Okay.
asks, when is the perfect time to start use LinkedIn?
Well, I think the perfect time is whenever you are into, college. That's the perfect time. You should start connecting with the people that I mean, people around. So that's what I was telling you, that you need to get that 500 plus connection level. So if you just get 500 connection level, you're good to go. Your profile will say you have 500 plus connections. Doesn't matter you have 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 connections. It will give you that magical number, and it will be a social proofing that you're quite active on LinkedIn. So, but slowly, gradually, when you build up your experience, maybe your volunteering experience or a little bit of portfolio, but even that does not matter. I have the last slide that explains how you can conquer, even if it's not about, you don't have a quite a big experience. So, I was just getting on that slide. So this is about time to conquer things to level up your LinkedIn game. So basically, this is the news feed. You have to use it wisely. You don't have to be spammy. I mean, when you have connected with the people, people really don't have time for, some people posting some, useless kind of post. So you have to use it wisely. So you can like post daily. You can like, comment, share people content, and then you have to be wise on that. I mean, you really don't have to be putting everything like Happy Father's Day, Happy Mother's Day. It's not a Facebook or maybe Twitter or maybe, I mean, for those things, there are other platforms. So you have to be quite wise and quite professional. So when you start using that news feed, I mean, if you just get into the college and you start using LinkedIn, you start using that news feed, you'll start getting more engagement. You'll be start getting noticed by the time you get into your senior year when you have a good kind of a resume to show. So you'll be better able to go that way. And then we have this articles. So you should have a niche specific article a week would be good to go. So I would just like to show, if I can show how an article looks like. Basically, like you are blogging, but this is not quite a blogging. This is these are like articles where you can just share your writing. Let me show you. It's a very beautiful place to present yourself. So it is a time for reflection why employers should reward their employees. So if you write articles, you'll start getting more engagement. People will notice that, and if really you have quite well written article, you might get noticed. I mean, LinkedIn usually put your articles on trends. So, I mean, thousands of people will be, not in fact thousand, I would say millions of people get a notification that this article is on, trending, and it's been published by this and that guy, and you should check it out. And then that's all about article. It should be niche specific where you are working so that your audience are engaged. And then here's another hack, that is pods. So I would say that you should Google how you can get into the pods. Pods are basically you connect with the people that has a good following and you build an engagement pod. So this is basically to beat the algorithms. You basically become part of a group, not like a kind of a group that not a a forum or something group that you have on Facebook. It's just like you can call it kind of a tip that you ask people that will be engaging with each other's post, and when you keep on engaging with their post, you'll be getting a good reach, a good following. So it would take around you like 2 to 3 months to get onto that track, and 500 connections would be good to go. But this is basically a very later stage kind of a thing. Pods, I would not recommend you to get into that because it takes a little bit of time when you are consistent on social media such as LinkedIn. So that's all about me. I'm looking forward to meeting everyone. You can connect me on my LinkedIn ID. Here I have mentioned this, and I'll be open to answer any of the questions, either in my personal account or over here.
I believe there is one last question from the viewers.
Okay.
So basically, what is the difference on or how to differentiate between volunteer work and experience? And does IEEE position consider as experience?
All right. So basically, on LinkedIn, you don't mix up with the volunteer experience with your, work experience. It's basically not just called experience; it's called work experience. So on work experience, you put your formal experience, like if you have been you have been doing a data science job somewhere, social media marketing job, a content writing job. On volunteer side, you'll be more likely to mention that you were part of, some afforestation project, or you were part of some pandas conservation project. So that is how you differentiate. Sorry, what was your second question?
My second question just now is was IEEE position considered as experience?
Well, I mean, it depends if you have quite. I mean, you would only put that on work experience if you have been there for like more than a year and you were on an executive position. But if you are just, if you were just a volunteer, you were just, just part of uh, engaging people, then it's considered a volunteer experience. But if you have been into a leading, executive role where you can really brag about, like, you manage things and you were leading people, so that would be considered a work experience. You can definitely put that if you don't have other formal experience. But when you start getting more formal experience, you probably don't need to put that. It looks spammy. That's why I told you have to optimize your profile. You have to put the curated keywords and optimize your work experience summary headline. So this is all about optimization. How you present yourself, like people don't know when they just get into your profile, so they'll only get to know what you'll show them. So you have to show them a decent profile that really explains that why they should consider you. Either it's for a job when you are hitting an employer, or either it's client. If you hit to a client, you're generating leads, you have to have an optimized profile. You don't have to put up extra messy thing that really doesn't matter. Like, if you can just consider yourself, why would you be considering to learn some extra stuff that really does not fascinate you about someone? So that's what it is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Usama, for the insightful talk and interesting talk, and also for answering all the questions. So I believe we have come to the end of day one program. So announcement to be made to all the participants. Don't forget to click on the link in the YouTube comment section and Facebook chat box to fill out the feedback form. So you will get the e-certificate based on the filled feedback form. So don't forget to fill in the feedback form. And also, I would like to mention Muhammad Shahid and Mahas Niza from the Kahoot session winners. Please make sure that you email mardiamj@ieee.org to claim your prize winner. To claim your prize. Okay, so with that, we have come to the end of day one program. I am looking forward to seeing all of you for day two program, which is at the same time, 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Please follow the IEEE Young Professional Malaysia Facebook, Instagram, YouTube channel, and Telegram. With that, I am Afiq Basir from IEEE Unit 10 Student Branch would like to apologize for any flaws while handling the ceremony. Thank you and have a great rest of the day. See you guys tomorrow.
Hi, do you know why we should engage with IEEE Young Professionals early in our career? Well, what is IEEE Young Professionals and how can it help us? IEEE Young Professionals is an international community of enthusiastic, dynamic, and innovative members and volunteers. Any IEEE member can be a young professional, and any member who received their first professional degree within the last 15 years is automatically considered a YP. Now, IEEE Young Professionals is bigger than you may think. It is one community in 10 regions across 183 affinity groups and more than 120,000 members around the world. So, why should we engage with IEEE Young Professionals, you ask? It is a place to connect and network with other professionals, enrich our career and personal lives, and participate in social events and activities. We can participate in many professional networks such as IEEE Collaboratech, IEEE email account via Google Apps, and take part in local meetings and online activities such as conferences and job fairs. We can also access the IEEE Center for Leadership Excellence for on-demand content. The facility is an excellent resource to equip us with professional development skills. The benefits go on and on, particularly for young professionals early in our career as well as students. We can enhance our technical skills by accessing eBook Classics, IEEE Member Digital Library, Spectrum and Potential Magazine, IEEE Explore, conferences, and more. Look, the bottom line is this. We can participate in exciting local events and global webinars for topics such as assessing emotional intelligence, fundamentals for leadership and ethics, heroes networking for engineers, survival guide for scientific writing, conflict management, negotiation tactics, and others. For all these great reasons, engaging with IEEE Young Professionals may be one of the best decisions that we can make in our personal lives and professional career development. That is why we should engage with IEEE Young Professionals.